Alright, the weather has become inclement. It's 5 o'clock when I'm supposed to do this. There's a possibility of losing power, and if that's the case, then I'll just continue back on tomorrow at 5 p.m. I have lots of updates that I need to give you guys, and to say the least, the last week and a half have been very tremendous in my spiritual awakening as far as the understanding of myself and my body and how to incorporate it into these devices. And I'm using every aspect of the things that I have around the house, just average stuff. And I'm very proud of myself. I'm very proud of what I've been able to accomplish with this, because it's so simple that it's going to be mind-boggling, and it's everything that we need for these submerged double-core reactors. Okay, I've been spending the last 2 days. Thank you, Mother Nature. We need the rain. The double-core reactor that Kesh put out, okay, that's spherical, and they put the plans out in the last workshop. I have been able to duplicate it, okay, in a similar fashion that will look like this. Okay, this is just a typical yard lantern that's run by 2 AA batteries on it, okay, and it's got its own little timer on this particular one. I don't care about any of that, because I just take this out and I'm using the structure of this. Okay. It just so happens that I screwed up the last one, and this one I won't screw up. But these things come off of here. Okay. And this is one continuous tube all the way around this device. Okay. This little plastic. I don't even have to remove this anymore. I thought it was a solid piece of plastic. All right. My initial goal, or the initial idea that I had, was to take the 8-gauge copper wire that I have and replace this plastic with it. Okay, well, I might not need to do that with the new reactor. As I was building it, I upgraded. Okay, and I added my infinity to it. I simplified it down in places. This is one that you're going to have to come and see in person, and I'll do my best to explain it on video, after I get it all hooked up and everything. But all of the pieces that I've been making over the last 18 months or so have all come into play in this device. Okay, this is why early on I told everybody not to throw anything away. Right? If you're out there doing these experiments with GANs and neutrinos, and the energy devices and things like that, okay, no matter what you did, you still have a use and a purpose for it. Okay, you just don't know what it is. Okay, and prime example is what I call the arc reactor of like Tony Stark, I guess. And I'm playing the role of Tony Stark here, which is Anuja's favorite character. And, Anuja is a big inspiration for me. Okay? And you can see the flux capacitors on my shirt right now. All right? But this right here is the bottom part of that little lantern that you saw. Okay? It's just that little bottom round piece. Okay, it was hollow. And 4 months ago, I made 6 ring capacitors. Okay, and I didn't know what to do with them, but I made them, and they were kind of sitting off to the side as part of my experiments. Okay, and you know, I just kind of had no purpose for them. They fit perfectly inside of here, all 6 of those capacitor rings. Okay, it took a little bit of adjustment in there, but it took all 6 of them fit perfectly inside of this. Okay, with very little space. All right, with the hot glue that you see here is just a sandwich, literally, kind of to hold those capacitors in place and keep them from moving. All right, there's very little air space in between the plastic all the way around this. All right, it also is big enough to put that little plastic ball that I love so much now, the little Christmas ornament one. Okay, and inside of that I have a quad core, or no, I've got a 6. Infinity 6 on the inside of this. It's just plain copper. It's not nano coated. Okay, and as you can see, this is all plain copper around it as well. Right. All I did was create a Faraday cage around the plastic ball. Right, and it's sitting in between. I don't know if you can tell in here. All right, it's sitting inside of those capacitor rings. Now, all of those capacitor rings are connected in series, just like you would on a regular mag grab unit. Okay, everything is, you know, connected according to flow. I felt compelled to put this little cross piece in here, okay, because I was messing around with different ways to work the capacitors, and I felt compelled to put it on the bottom. Okay, well, this is the very bottom, kind of like an air vent or an air shaft, I guess, if you will. All right, so it's going to be sitting like this, and then on top of this, all right, you're going to start to get the layers. This is the battery. All right, this is your power source. Mr. Kesh was talking about how if you leave a wire nano-coated or un-nano-coated in between all of your stuff, okay, an un-nano-coated coil, all right, that's what that infinity loop represents inside of there, is that coil. So all of the current, oh boy, getting loud today. All right, all of that current is going to be run through here, okay, start here and come out the other side. Okay, that's the battery. But once you get it started, right, the biggest mistake with these plasma batteries is that you're plugging them in and you're leaving them plugged in. Okay, if your heart stops, okay, and they stick your butt on a defibrillator, do they leave you plugged in? No. Okay, they give you a jolt, they check your heartbeat, they give you another jolt, that kind of thing. Okay, well, that's the same situation that you're doing here. You're dealing with life. All right, it doesn't have 2 arms and 2 legs and a head, but it does have a heart. This is the heart. Okay, and this is where all the energy is coming from. So when you're making these, okay, you want to make sure that you understand that you have the proper flow. Okay, because once you jump start this bad boy, okay, it's the last time I did it, I was making I made the CH3 or the hydrogen, the heavy hydrogen GANs with CH3 mixed in, and I used this plasma capacitor, in fact, okay, dealing with maggots. I was using this plasma capacitor, and you guys may have seen the battery or the video that I put on there, where the electrodes, the 2 stainless steel whisks, continued to produce hydrogen, okay, even after the 12 volts was taken off, and it did so for about 2 hours after, okay, when all the hydrogen was spent. I used hydrogen peroxide, or no, I used hydrogen peroxide for that particular one, and an electrical current, 12 volts, to split the water, and then I got my heavy hydrogen. But anyway, this is the heart, this is the battery, okay, this is the very bottom, all right, and I have the X on there because in my mind I was telling me it's a block, right, it's going to stop the energy from coming out this way and going to force it upwards, right, like a flashlight, right, or a lantern, right. So everything about this has been a lantern feature for me, and it fits perfect. And you're gonna love these little things that I've made, right? Like a an energy creating copper oxide energy creating device, all right, which also happens to be the central core. Listen, excuse me a minute. I need to take some energy out of this. There's no rain. There's very little wind. It's just a lot of rain. Anyways, this this little core that I've made completely took me by surprise, guys. It really did. It just came out. I've had all the pieces for a while. I just took little pieces from here and there. I knew exactly what I needed, and I built it. Okay, so I built the central core that be submerged in the water. Okay, be submerged here. Okay, inside more water. There will be another set of water inside of this. Okay, because this one's all sealed up, and on this very center. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. See if I can get an angle here. Boy, this is just not working with me. At any rate, there is a central core in there that I made out of, and I'll bring that back up to explain it. An old blow dart. Okay? And it's this shape right here that's going to save our butts, guys. All right? If you can go get yourself a little, I think this is a 6-inch or 4-inch blow dart, okay, a steel blow dart gun, or okay, it's got a cone, it's perfectly centered and balanced, it's got a metal steel shaft, okay. This is what's in the core of that inside here, all right. Now, here's the cool part. On the internet, maybe some of you guys have it, okay? You can get yourself little round spherical neodymium magnets, all right? And I am looking for these. And I didn't bring any magnets in my little shed in here today because I've spent most of the day arguing with them and my fingers hurt. All right? But I'm going to give you the concept so that you can understand how to make it. All right? Now, get yourself some, you can use any kind of cone-shaped tip that you want. All right? Get yourself some washers, okay, that fit inside of that cone, okay? This is the idea that you're going to want here, all right? So you want it to fit inside of the cone, all right? Take the spherical, okay, neodymium magnets that you got, all right? I don't have any more at this time. This is a steel ball bearing, all right, but it's the same size, okay? It's a 1/4-inch neodymium spherical magnet, okay? Well, the first thing that you're going to do here is that you're going to take the plastic off, put some super glue on this, all right, and put it back in here. The super glue is going to melt the plastic, all right, and it's going to heat up the plastic and the metal to create the bond needed to keep this from spinning off, all right, when you rev it up to 2,500 RPMs or whatever it is that you want, okay? At any rate, take your little magnet, okay, and stick it inside so that you have the magnet sitting in there. Okay? When you're using magnets, you're going to be using, these are, I believe, stainless steel washers that I'm using because they're they magnetize, all right? And so what I take and put one magnet on one side, okay, and then I put another magnet on the other side, it creates that little pyramid effect, okay? There's a little pyramid effect. Well, we're just mimicking the shape of the cone, okay, with that. I need to find out where that noise is coming from. Okay. Here we go. All right. Anyway, we're just recreating the shape of a pyramid, okay, or a cone. I'm hoping you guys can see this. All right. Now, that's a magnet, and then on the other side of these washers, okay, would be another magnet that would create the sandwich and hold it in place. All right. Use a solid magnet to cover the hole. All right, I'll make some drawings out of this. All right. And then when you're finished, okay, it's all just going to be stuck together. You don't have to hold it. All right. I only had one round magnet, so I can't really show you guys. All right. But the magnets will sandwich themselves together. All right. Then you put that inside of there. All right. And the last thing that's on top is the flat magnet, and it's completely flat. Okay. Then you just take some hot glue, dip it on the top here, okay, or drip it on the top and let it overflow over the top here, okay? And the reason for doing that is that it creates the lip around it to hold that hot glue in place, okay? After it cools off a little bit and it's not so liquid, okay, you guys can mess around with that sticky part until it cools off to the point where you can't use it anymore. All right. You can add another magnet or a steel ball bearing to the center of that. Okay. Play around with this kind of stuff. All right. Be inspired with these kind of reactors. Okay. Because inside the space between the washers, okay, that you can see in there, there's a gap. So you're going to put one of your GANs inside of that. Okay? It's going to be sealed inside by the magnets. There's enough force there on those neodymium magnets, it's going to seal the liquid inside between those washers. Okay? Now, that's one reactor that you just put inside of this. Okay? There's still airspace between the walls and the rest of the magnets inside of it. Okay? So whatever polarity the inside core material that you put in there, usually if you put CO2 in there, okay, that would be a positive polarity. If the salt is washed out of it, it would be a positive polarity neutrino. All right? If you're doing that, that's perfect. Okay? Put the CO2 in there, pinch the magnets together, put that inside, okay? Or before you put that in there, put another GANs like CH3, okay? Put CH3 inside the rest of it and fill it up, okay? Let it overflow. Fill up and get rid of all of the airspace in there whatsoever, okay? Dab off the top, all right? Dry it off and then put your hot glue in there. You now have two different kinds of GANs water that you're spinning, okay? And they're two different polarities. So imagine what you can do with a little submersible like this core for your reactors. You don't have to submerge this. You can spin this on its own and it will still produce the fields. Okay? you're going to see the difference between a cylindrical, okay, energetic field, which is, you know, like when you take those little beading containers that are thin, they're kind of like this, okay, and they screw the lid top, and they have a top and the bottom, and you screw them off. That's cylindrical, all right? This is cone shape. And so when you spin something in a cone shape, you're going to get the energetic field of a cone, okay? It's going to broadcast out like a cone in a spiral, okay, as it's coming outwards. All right, that's the broadcasting out part. Now, you have to remember, look at a cone like a cup, okay? It's going to fill this way, all right? You fill your cup this way. If you want to empty your cup, you turn it upside down, right? So, which way do you think the energy is going to flow with this? Inwards, right? So that's going to send that straight into the motor shaft. I don't want to do that, okay? And I foresaw this, okay? And so when I took and found a stiff straw, okay? This came off of one of those, I don't know, it's some cheap little plastic thing. It's not bendable plastic. It's pretty stiff, but when you break it, it's really brittle, okay? I just cut off a little piece of it that was the length of this, okay? Now, I've been working with, and I don't have it in here, been working with different pastes, okay, trying to get my voltages up and get the amps up and all that kind of stuff. Whoa, I just got really dizzy. But the inside of that, okay, I put this coconut oil with activated charcoals and GANs and you know, some caustic, the dry caustic stuff to try to keep it moist. Okay, I'll tell you, that activated charcoal absorbs every bit of that coconut oil and it turns it into a dried brick, and it will leave because I put caustic in it. It starts to grow little white crystals, or it's like the caustic turns back into the dried crystals until it's moved. I'm not sure how to work this yet. But when I take the paste, it's very stiff, but I can squish it, okay? And it's just like oil, and you know, it's just like a paste, and I wipe it on all of my stuff, okay? Well, I put it inside of the shaft here, okay? And so now I've got a nanomaterial that is inside of this shaft, which is blocking the positive energy that's trying to shoot back up, okay? At the same time, I have the copper, okay, the plain copper device, right, which is an Infinity 6, okay, times 3. You just learned how to make Infinity, and it made, I just made it, okay? I needed something that was going to hold it in place and keep it from falling, okay? So this one was pointing down, and then this right here I had made, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and it was just laying around and had a ping pong ball in it, you know, and I call that the hand of God, okay, because it's holding on to the scrotum sac here, as I call it, all right? But anyway, this is plain copper, okay, and this is nano-coated copper, and they're both in the same shape, okay, where they're encompassing this ball here, all right? Well, there's no difference to this than there is with nano-coated copper plate and a nano-coated plain copper to create copper oxide, okay? And so what I'm doing here is I'm creating the energy field of copper oxide, right? I'm amplifying it to all get out with all of these twists and combinations here, okay? and I'm mixing matter with, which is plain copper, with dark matter, which is the nano copper. Okay, mixing the two. I also have steel ball bearings, okay, that are placed at the very ends, okay, of these. Now, the way this one is made here, all right, it's, I've got, I made a 5-pointed star on one side, okay, and it was to represent the hands, okay, the 5 fingers that we've got, okay. So I created 5, and I created another 5, okay. Actually, it is a rodent coil, all right. That's what it. That's all that is. Is it's a rodent coil that, instead of bringing the coils out like this, okay, I took them evenly, okay, I left them this way, and I individually twisted this side, okay, for each one, okay. And when I say this side, all right, that means that this side over here, each of them gets twisted. This side over here, each of these get twisted. Okay, now I've still got the 2 sides. Okay, and then I match them up like this. Okay, again, and then I twisted the 2 together. Okay, so in my mind, what is happening is that I've got one hand here and one hand here, and the hands are coming together. Okay, and they're bound, and because the hands are bound in prayer, that, you know, to me it's called, you know, the hand of God, because, you know, when they came together, they look like one hand, okay, representing the masculine and the feminine side of our lives, okay. But it comes out and it looks like one hand that's holding the world, okay. It's holding the world up, all right. That's where it's at, okay. And then we've got, you know, that's the symbology behind it. You know, the things that come to mind, and then I incorporate them into a design like this and make it literal, okay. But when this gets submerged, okay, I will put a potassium hydroxide mix, okay, to produce like in a hydrogen fuel cell, okay. That's the kind of mixture that I'm going to put into the water surrounding this one, okay, along with the lead GaNs, and go from there, okay. What I want to do is I want to create the energy field of copper oxide, all right, which is rotating in regular copper oxide, and boy, this is going to be a lot difficult for you guys. We'll take a break and I'll get back to this on there. All right. But we're going to create the energy field of copper oxide. Okay. Copper oxide in neutrino or GaNs form is a positive polarity which has a counterclockwise rotation. Okay. That's what we're creating here, is a counterclockwise rotation. Okay, with that energy field, and it's completely encompassed around this plastic sphere. Okay, that's why I did that. Now, on the inside in there, you can see I've just got a little bit, okay, little bit of the materials in here. Okay, it's liquefying. It's having a chemical reaction in here, or it got warm, or whatever was going on. But some of the nanomaterials have come out of the shaft in here and dripped in and over the top of all the glue. Okay, and so now, without having to do anything, all right, the center core is now nano-coated on the outside. The inside is not nano-coated. So now I've got a positive polarity wrapped by a negative polarity. Okay, the liquids inside are positive and negative. Okay, and so the positive and negative are wrapped by a negative. Okay, so now you've created a neutrino. You understand? If you go back to my drawings of neutrinos, and where you have a positive and a negative, and the resulting energy field around it, okay, is what you're trying to create. Well, I've recreated that. All right, I don't care what kind of liquid's in there, as long as it's a positive polarity. Okay, now I'm going to talk to you about polarities. A lot of people are confused because when they make copper oxide, they use nano-coated copper and regular copper to create with salt water. Okay, that's true. You're going to create the counterclockwise spinning version of copper oxide energy. Okay, when you use, all right, this is where we're going to go to whiteboard. Maybe. When you guys, you have to bear with me. I'm going to be reaching out on my laptop. Okay, when you currently make your neutrinos or your GANs, okay, you're going to make yourself, okay, your collector kits, okay, and part of these collector kits, you're just making the representation of copper, okay, or zinc, or stainless steel, iron, brass, okay, whatever you guys have decided to make your GANs and your neutrinos with, okay, that's what I'm referring to, okay. Any plate, any piece of metal that you have nano-coated, okay, automatically becomes a red, okay. Any nano-coated piece of copper or metal or whatever, okay, automatically becomes red. Because I need a much bigger line. Well, I don't like these features. I haven't played with this version yet. Come on. Give me a better color here. I don't know how to work this thing, guys. I don't feel like doing on my iPad just yet, but I'm gonna have to. Let me get on my iPad. At any rate, we're going to, when you guys teach your, when you're making your GANs and your neutrinos, right, I'll give a class on this, how I do it, okay, because it's just the way I do it. You guys want to be like Mike right now, so we're going to be like Mike as best as we can. By the way, I want you guys to know that we are purposely making rain here. We missed the rain for the last week, and you're going to get a live screenshot of my area and what meditation can do. So bear with me. It might screech for a second. I'm going to mute everything. And I'll be back in just a second. All right, sound check. Did you guys hear that? Need to make sure that the microphone is working. Hello.
Yeah, Mike, you're coming through loud and clear.
All right, thank you guys. That's what I needed to know before we continue. All right. Now, just now, I literally picked up my iPad. I took a screenshot of the weather that you're seeing or hearing right now, okay? And I want you to see it, because you can see the big, broad area at which I've zoomed out, okay? And this is, I don't know, this span is about 2 hours drive time, okay, from the center of the screen to either the left or the right, okay? So 2 hours in any direction, pretty much. There's just light rain, and then you can see right where we're at, okay? And you can see that meditation does work in bringing rain. Okay, we were scheduled to get some storms, so it makes it a lot easier when you're meditating for rain or for weather of any kind. Okay, the my wife and I, you know, are pretty dedicated when it comes to our meditations, and sometimes we think we've fallen asleep, but we don't. Hello, Jason. You know, sometimes we fall asleep and we don't realize that we weren't really sleeping, because we were completely aware of everything that was going on in the house at that time. Just had our eyes closed, and you kind of move into a dreamlike, dopey feeling. And you know, my meditations have, you know, I'll get up in the morning. I've gone to sleep. Well, the last week has been pretty rough for me as far as sleep schedule goes. Over the last 72 hours, I've had a total of 6 hours worth of sleep, and I've been building this this Starship double, I think it's even a quadruple core reactor that I'm making, that is much smaller. So, you know, being able to keep yourself busy when you can't sleep is going to be one of your keys here. Now, for me, I think about nothing but plasma and devices and how to help people, you know, because there's a lot of things that are brought to my attention that I don't need, you know, and so I don't think about them. And when somebody brings them up to my attention, then I can come up with a solution for it, because now you've brought it to the forefront of my mind. And so one of them was what's the easiest way to make a core for people at home, so that they can have this very same thing, because you guys don't have fabricating, you know, buildings and things like that that you have access to, like some of these guys
and their science labs. And so I just used the plastic ornament ball. Okay, I used a blow dart. I used the fin of the blow dart to house two liquids, a reactor, okay, and sealed it, and then it became nano coated because of the liquid or the coconut oil that I had put inside of the shaft. Okay, you see how I'm utilizing every bit of space, okay, and becoming more and more efficient. Okay, if something is spinning, that's motion. Okay, that's energy. How can I harness that energy? Okay, and as you saw on the previous pictures, okay, I had a plain copper wire wrapped around the plastic shaft of the core. Okay, iron has a natural negative polarity, guys. Okay, that's why CH3 is so powerful in the devices that we make and use, is because it has a natural negative charge. Okay, which means that it gives away its electrons a little bit freer. Okay, but maybe not uh, as freely as aluminum, right? So when you make your GANs, you're going to your traditional CO2 kit, for instance, right? It is a single copper plate that is nano coated, all right? And it doesn't have to be copper plate. We just say copper plate because that's what we've been used to and accustomed to, all right? I use copper tape, all right? I use it on baseball cards, and, you know, I don't feel so bad about tossing it in the trash or recycling it for different use somewhere down the line, okay, when I have an abundance or a pile of them. But, you know, I can get a whole roll of copper tape for about, you know, $60, and it'll last me for hundreds of CO2 kits or hundreds of neutrino making kits. So, you know, think wisely, think efficiently when you're buying your supplies and stuff. But when I refer to a nano coated copper plate, this is what I'm referring to. Okay, anything that is copper and flat, right? As you become more experienced with infinity, okay, you will be able to make designs, okay, that replicate your copper plates, okay, and it's just the energetic field that is being given off, right? And now when you get that energetic field and you're using infinity devices, then you're everything's taken care of, okay? But I'm going to talk about rotation. Okay, we're going to look at the top of a CO2 kit, okay? And red represents the negative polarity of plasma, okay? But it represents the positive polarity for electrons, okay? This is where people are getting kind of confused, okay? This one red line right here, okay, represents a negative plasma polarity, and it also represents a positive electron polarity, okay? So they're the same thing. So whenever you want to hook up your devices to an electronic device, okay, anything that requires electricity that is currently in your repertoire of things to plug into the wall, okay, which is everything, right? You always hook the negative polarity of your plasma to the red or the positive polarity of your devices, okay? And that continues the energy flow, okay? Because what's happening is plasma is moving from negative to positive, okay? And electron energy is moving from positive to negative. Now, this is why it's happening in this direction. Okay. Currently, everybody is thinking that the negative polarity of plasma and what I'm teaching, okay, is the same as the negative or the ground on your devices. Okay, it's just signifying the direction of the flow. Okay, the energy flow. Remember, there is no matter in what we're dealing with. It is just an energetic field. Okay, and that energetic field has a rotation. Okay, and for plasma, it rotates from the very center. Okay, from the very center, it rotates in a clockwise manner, according to our perception. Okay. This is what gives it a gravitational energy flow. Okay. Can you see the G in here, guys? Okay.
Yeah, Mike, keep on going.
Okay. This is one way that you can figure out if your energy flow is gravitational or magnetical. Okay. Because if you make your spiral and you can see the capital G, okay, or a 6, then you're good. That's gravitational. Okay. The electron energy moves in the opposite direction. Okay. And the way I teach my devices, I teach you to build them backwards. So you're basically 3D printing them. So if you think of the way a 3D printer works, okay, you're printing it backwards according to what, or you're making it backwards so that all of your devices will work. Okay, this is why I'm always telling you to identify the last wire that you cut off from your device, from the spool. Okay, that very last snip, you need to bend it over because that's the source energy side. That's the plus side. That's where the energy is going to enter your device after it's nano-coated. It's going to exit the other side. All right. Now back to the dang plates. Okay. We're going to look at the top view. Let's do black here. I prefer rectangular nano capture kits, guys. Okay. And the reasoning is I'm going to show you. This will help you utilize all of the water that is in your container as the capture device. Okay. Now, red represents the negative. Okay. And in this case, this is your nano-coated piece of copper. Okay. Blue represents positive polarity. Okay. Which is all matter. Even if it was aluminum or steel that have a natural negative polarity, okay, the other side would still be blue, okay? And then you have a nano-coated copper or a plain copper wire that attaches from the top or, over the top of the water, right? Okay. And so what you're doing here is you're creating the energetic fields. Okay, remember, this is a top view. Okay, so let me erase this and we'll make this a top view so it's less confusing. Okay, we'll go back. There we go. All right, and now you've got the inside would be the 10% salt solution. Okay, for I'll get into that in a little bit. Okay, now you can do this for anything. You guys saw me do it with a tree, okay? But you saw me do it for anything, okay? And you make a circle around your lines here that you've created, which would be your plates, okay? And you just start at the very top. You can see where I've got the yellow dot, okay? And just make a circle, guys. All right, it doesn't have to be perfect, okay? But make sure that it's even, all right? It doesn't matter where it goes. It doesn't matter, you know, where it falls or anything like this. This is purely to identify where your fields are, okay? And where they're reaching out to. A lot of you guys are not getting the most out of your salt water, okay, because the neutrinos and the GANs are created by the volume of the water that's affected by the energetic fields, okay? And so when you create this, now you can see the Vesica Pisces in the center, okay? It's this field interaction, okay, that is creating the magnet, okay, for copper oxide. Now remember, this energetic field here is rotating to the right, okay? Okay. We'll follow this one through on this side so you can see it. It's moving in a clockwise manner because it's a negative polarity. Okay. The other one is moving in the opposite direction, right? And so it's moving in this direction. And you just follow it through. Okay. This is what I mean by energetic field rotations. This is what you can't see, but this is what's going on. Okay. Well, as you can see, the two fields here, okay, are going to be opposing, right? Or they're going to crash into each other here in the center, right? Up here in the top. Well, what that's doing is that when they come together here at the top, they create a little energetic field that kind of like puts a block on the ends, okay? And it keeps the energy from escaping on that end, and it forces the energy back to the center, okay? This is why sacred geometry is so crucial in everything that you've got, okay? And so you get this bouncing back effect, okay, of the energetic fields, okay, when these opposing fields are bouncing and running into each other like this, okay? Especially here and here, okay? Now, the overall rotation of this, okay, is that a positive, let's see here, we're going to go a negative polarity, okay, and another negative polarity will equal a negative polarity, guys, okay? If you have two devices that are rotating in a clockwise manner, okay, then you are going to get the resulting energy field that's rotating in a clockwise manner, okay? It's not like math where they told you two negatives equal a positive, okay? It's not how it works this way. However, when you get a negative and a positive, okay, that also equals a negative. Okay, the resulting energetic field is a negative polarity. Okay, so this one is still clockwise, right? This one is still clockwise. Now, the only other way that you can create a counterclockwise one is if you have two positive energy fields. Okay, so you have a positive and a positive energy field, and that equals a positive. Okay, and that gives you the counterclockwise rotation that you're seeking. When you open up a plasma utilizing these methods of, and you're going to see this in a second, okay? This right here with a positive and a negative still has a counterclockwise rotation, okay? It's the red and blue plates for the CO2, okay? Or the copper oxide environment that you've created, okay? The overall rotation for this is in a clockwise manner, okay? So it has a negative polarity on the outside of it, a negative energy field. It's gravitational, which means that it's going to constantly absorb energy, okay? It's not pushing anything out, right? And so the next step, okay, we're going to say this one was the copper oxide original, had the negative polarity in it, okay? You're going to read my post, and when I say copper oxide NEG, okay, it's going to get confusing for you, and I want to make sure and clear this up for you right away. I'll probably end up just changing my verbiage, okay? But on one of my last posts, okay, I told you how to make a copper oxide okay, neutrinos or GANs, all right, that are positive polarity. And you can do this for any item that you want when you want to create a positive polarity, okay? Let me just put this over here. And it's so simple, you're probably going to kick yourself, okay? Take a nano-coated piece of copper, okay? And put another nano-coated piece of copper inside of your saltwater solution, okay? Your 10% salt water. Connect it with a plain copper wire, okay? Or for me, I use 3-volt LED, okay? Two AA batteries with an LED in line, and I'll hook it up in here, okay? It's going to take you a few days in order to collect these neutrinos, okay? Because they are of positive polarity, you can see the spin in the water, okay, that is going in the counterclockwise direction, okay? The energy that is inside of here, okay, when I was watching it today, okay, with the battery on it, you can see the energy rotating in a counterclockwise manner, okay? And there wasn't even any neutrinos in it. And it will give you a very, almost a copper colored neutrino with a slight tinge of the traditional copper oxide color, okay? And you'll be able to see it. Don't worry about the color and if it turned out right. If you're putting two nano-coated pieces of copper together, okay, you're going to get the positive polarity energy or rotation of the copper oxide. It's going to rotate the opposite direction as the normal copper oxide. So when, you know, like Mr. Cash or myself are referring to adding layers, okay, to your devices, this is one way that you can add a different layer, okay? It gives you the ability to choose what you want, okay? And this is part of your creativity, okay? You can use nano-coated anything, 2 nano-coated pieces of anything to create the positive rotation of that neutrino, okay? Traditionally, we use a nano-coated piece of copper or whatever with an unnano-coated piece of the energy. Okay, continue to do that for your devices as per what Mr. Kesh is teaching and things like that. Okay, there's a method to his madness, right? But when you become more advanced in your designs, okay, and your understanding of layers, it's not going to matter whether it's copper oxide or titanium dioxide or whatever else you decide you want to use. Okay, it doesn't matter. In the case of my central core, I've created the clockwise rotating energy field of copper oxide, and I've amplified it tremendously with the infinity devices that I've made. Okay. In making this reactor, I have pulled together all of my knowledge, all of my understanding, everything together all at once to put this device together. And it's just beautiful how things are fallen in place for me right now with all of these devices. And I want to give you guys a heads up and a warning that the time has come. Okay. And these it's about to get a lot simpler for everybody. Okay. And I don't want you guys to stress and worry over, not figuring things out. Okay. Because I got this stuff for you. I know that you're busy taking care of your lives and you're trying to survive. I'm okay for right now, so I can handle that part. Sure, you may not need it, okay? But if you have been able to spend as much time as I have studying plasma and light devices, then you would be as advanced as I am. And I've only been doing this for a little over 18 months. And before that, I was messed up on drugs with the VA, PTSD, traumatic brain injury. They told me I was all sorts of sick and hurt, and I wasn't allowed to go to work and be out in public and all that kind of stuff. Well, I'm jumping back out in the public here, guys, and I'm going to do it in such a fashion that it's going to rock some people's worlds. And I need you guys to see and understand and ask these kinds of questions that you have. That's what prompts the questions or my classes. So let's see here. What do we got for questions in the chat? All right. Yes, Carolina does not understand the use of infinity and how it works. So I'm not concerned about it. It's supposed to be done. It's not meant for energy devices or things like that. Standalone is where it's at. One infinity device. Okay. If you were to take your quad core pens and unravel them, okay, or your quad core devices, if you've made them all out of one wire, it is still one wire, no matter which way you organize it. I've just organized it in the most efficient way possible. All right. So, you know, think about that. It's one gigantic circle, and all that information, all that energy that you are harnessing and feeling with your body comes from that one circle that's just organized in a specific way. So, you know, keep that in mind, and keep your intent true. Don't be concerned about it. You know, if you are concerned, listen to your heart. I'm not here to convince you to use this stuff. We don't need it. Our bodies don't need it, guys. But we want it. We need something to touch and hold and twist and turn. You know. Levitating down Main Street. That's right. How do I stop this screen share thing? On the other device? That's fine. So, learning how to choose which way you want your energy to rotate when you're creating it, okay, is going to give you a tremendous amount of power without having to guess, okay? Because all you need to know is that it's rotating either to the left or to the right, okay? And the way this works here in our fractal environment is that you need the rotation, okay? You need the layers of rotation, okay, to be opposing, and you need at least 3 opposing layers in order to get the ignition or the containment field to hold hydrogen. Okay. 3 is the divine 2. 3 is helium in the table of elements for light, and 2 is hydrogen. And so, you know, you need the 3, okay, the power of 3 in order to ignite the hydrogen and turn it into ionized hydrogen or open plasma. And that's what we're utilizing here when I was telling you we're building a neutrino inside of that central core, okay? A neutrino is nothing more than 2 opposing forces. So if you've got regular copper oxide and your negative copper oxide, okay, or the copper oxide negative polarity, okay, that's 2 opposing forces, guys, in one. Okay, and it's still copper oxide, so you're not adding any additional fields that could cause some sort of discomfort or, you know, whatever. Okay, it's just like eating food. If you eat something that doesn't agree with you, it's going to have an adverse reaction, right? Well, if you add things to your GANs making procedures, your neutrinos, it could also have that same kind of adverse reaction. You just need to figure it out. Listen to your body when you make it, okay? If you're excited and you're happy about it, don't worry, okay? If something's weighing on your mind, make a change. That's all I do. I don't, you know, second guess myself. I don't ask for, you know, whatever. If it doesn't work the first time now, I don't even do it. You know, I don't waste the time because I know that there's a different way, and my higher self is telling me, hey, stupid, try it this way, okay? And it's all right there. You know, I couldn't figure out why I needed to keep coming back into my shed in a very specific area. And, you know, I said, fine, you know, why am I in here? I felt like a little puppet, you know, and sitting there was a little piece for my Dremel tool that attaches to the tip, okay? Well, you use that tip to attach it to the end of the motors because the chuck here doesn't work for the blow dart that I've got. And you know, I might use this one because I just found it again. But, you know, it was that little piece, you know, and it was just, okay, why am I here? Why is this irritating me just enough to, you know, make me pay attention to it? That's my higher self kicking me. And I listen to my higher self more than I listen to my wife now, and it's kind of getting me in trouble. So, you know, go with the flow of things, be creative, use household objects to create the unthinkable. Okay, because now all I've got left to do is to melt a hole in here, insert a little tube that I can put a nano-coated wire in there, and now I've got the double core reactor that Mr. Kesh was showing. That's the whole reactor. Okay, and that's all in here. And all I got to do is attach something that's going to spin the end of this right here, and that reactor will spin. You know, after I put the water in it. Okay, well, I'm going a step further than that, and this is the central core. Okay, this whole reactor is the central core to the Infinity Project reactor that I'm making. And you're going to see it, and it's the use of pancake coils. And for those that have been following my videos, you saw me put some brass chain inside of some tubing. Okay, I didn't know at the time why I did that, but I did. And the result is this reactor that's a mess right now. Okay, it looks like it's just a jumbled fuck of wires. Okay. Listen, buddy. Okay. I can't exactly take it all apart here. And I've been fiddle farting around with different kinds of setups to try not to damage anything here and whatnot. But all I've done is taken this reactor out, or take it apart, and use the top and the bottom rings. Everything else I've added to this. Okay. I can't take this off of here. Actually, I can, but I can't move it very far. Okay. And it's that ring, okay, the pancake coil that I was referring to. It's already connected, okay? And then we've got, let's see if we can do this the right way. Okay, you can see the pancake coil that I've got here, okay? I have made these coils right here, these big coils that you see, okay? I've been using that. That's got 13 field interactions, okay? And I literally took like 20 feet of wire and bent it 13 times, and then I twisted it. I had to tie it to a doorknob, and then I twisted it with the drill, okay? And the result was this big old coil that you see here, okay? That's going around it. Sorry about the camera, guys. All right. So this is representing the Maggrav coils that Mr. Kesh had said needs to go around the center of this reactor. Okay. Previously, on some of my shows, you saw that I had what looked like a beehive. Okay. I called it the beehive reactor. All right. Well, I made it a long time ago, and it fits perfectly around this little glass jar. Okay. That goes all the way down. Okay. And you can see I've got a piece of copper tape on the end of the wire there to protect the nano coating, so when I put a clip on it or things like that, I don't crush the nano coating. All right. Now, you're going to have to look between this coil, and you'll see the bigger, thicker coil. This is a version of the Kesh coil that's made in infinity style, or the quad core style. All right. And it's actually a Trinity wire that goes through the center. All right. That's been twisted. And then I put an arrow shaft over the top of that wire. Okay. So it was the quad core was inside, or the Trinity was inside of it. Okay. And then the resulting wire that came out the end, okay, I just followed it all the way back. Okay. And it went all the way back around, and that's where you see this coil here. Okay. So basically I've got 3 stacker units, okay, worth of field interactions in that little wire right there. Okay, so now I've got 3 stacker units, which is 6 field interactions. Okay, all nice and neat. In that, I've got 13 field interactions in this coil. Okay, so that's 19 field interactions. And then I believe we've got another 12 that's here. And this has various crystals in it and coils. Okay, and I'm going to try and show it to you if you can see it. Okay, they got little crystals in there. And I made that about 6 months ago, guys. And it fits just perfect inside of, inside of this other bigger coil. So now I've got all these multiple field interactions, and they're connected accordingly. Okay. And they're connected the way they're supposed to be. This one finishes up down here. Okay. And I haven't connected it yet. Okay, this is where I'm at. So now what you're seeing here is supposed to be upside down. Okay. And I've got to put my layers back in here. And I've tried to show or set an example of a good way to work with hot glue. Because you know what? Some of these devices that we've been making, guys, looking pretty raggedy. You know, but it is because of the materials that we have available to us for now. So don't stress over too much. Okay. Now, let's see if I can find something to set this on. All right. Now, what you're seeing now is its true nature and the way it's supposed to be sitting. Okay. The Tony Stark arc reactor is going to be on the very bottom underneath that pancake coil. Okay. So the energy is coming from the bottom and moving upwards. Okay. At the same time, that core, let me put this camera back. I need both hands now. That central core now, okay, I only have one wire coming off of that. All right, that'll be the magnetical wire. So as it fits inside of here, okay, you can see how it grabs the edges. All right, I designed it this way so that I could barely have the edges and it would fit down inside. It would stabilize the central core shaft, okay, so that I don't have to worry about it wobbling around inside of there. Okay. And as it sits down inside of there, I got to trim off some of the glue, okay, holding on the jar. Okay. The jar that's on here, guys, okay, is literally from the dollar store. It's the little fishbowl dollar store. One that fits in here, just happened to fit perfect. I glued it on there. There's no seam. There's nothing. It doesn't, you know, everything just has fit perfectly together with this. All right, I'm gonna move this back over here. So keeping that in mind, okay, that's where I'm sitting right now on my reactor. And the other thing, I didn't finish it, okay, is that I've got a new battery set up. All right, been working on it. Okay, as things come along that I need, all right, I create them. Okay, and this is what you should do as well. Now, I went online and I found these Sony Lithium 3-volt batteries. Okay, they're about the size of a penny. And they were like, I don't know, $3 a piece, okay, or $5 for the whole pack. They're out there, and you can find all sorts of deals. Okay, I don't know. Maybe the universe said, "Hey, today they're only $5 for you, but they might be
Lost sound,
$15."
Mike.
What's that? Do what?
Mike, you're
Can you hear me? Still says that it's recording.
you're muted, Mike.
Mike, you're coming through clear for me.
All right.
I can hear you fine, just Mike.
All right. Ross, you're going to have to check your stuff. Okay. This is going on the top, okay? Sitting over the very top. The motor is going to be poking through the very center here, okay? And I'm going to mount it to the
Mike,
top of this coil.
unmute your microphone.
Ross, mine is unmuted. Everybody else can hear me. Somebody type it in the chat for him, please. At any rate, again, this, okay, is not with the ball on it, okay? But the shaft is going to poke through the center of this, okay? This is going to sit flat on top, and I will have some sort of some way of holding it in place, okay? This is going to be, I was hoping it was going to be a battery pack that I've made, okay, using those lithium batteries. And the idea has worked pretty well so far. I only spent a few minutes on it. I haven't done any real testing with it. I really don't know how to test it, but I do know that I've got quite a bit of power out of these, okay, because they're only 3 volts a piece. And what I've done is, I've played with a whole bunch of them, and I've taken some nano-coated pennies and placed them between, okay, the, and for instance, this stack right here, okay, you can't really see it, but it goes one battery, the nano-coated penny sits on the positive side, the next battery sits on top of it, and then there's just back and forth pennies, okay, and batteries. When you do it that way, you get the average voltage, okay? I got, the very first time I did it, it just gave me like 3.24 volts, okay? And I had 6 of them lined up, okay? Well, if you just stack them on top of each other, right, you get 4 that are 3 volts, you get 12 volts, guys. All right, so this isn't, I'm not calling anybody stupid here. It's kind of more of my, look at me, I found this shit. I didn't really find it, but I am discovering it for you and sharing it, okay? And this is just DC voltage here. And let us get the box. All right, can we see this? No, we cannot. I'm going to get a bigger box. There we go. All right. And you can see the meter. I need to get rid of this for a minute. All right. I didn't mess with anything, did I? All right, good. Okay. This particular one, okay, has 4 of these batteries stacked to each other. All right. There's no nano coating. There's nothing in between them. They're just 4 batteries stacked on top of each other. Okay. I'm going to hook it up the positive to the negative, okay, just like anything else. And I'm going to show you. Okay. Get you 0 out first. Okay. Bam. All right. Now you're getting 12.78 volts. Okay. And you get, this is DC amps. Nothing. Right? You see the minus sign jump. Okay. That tells me that there's a plasmatic flow, but that's usually because of the voltmeter. Okay. So you saw a little over 12 volts for 4 batteries. Okay. Sitting here. There's not a whole lot of amps. Okay. You don't need a whole lot of amps for what you're doing. And that's why I chose these batteries. That, and they are lithium. Okay. You've got to be very careful when you're using the lithium batteries and copper tape. Okay. Any kind of a flat battery. Because if you overlap the top part of it with the bottom part, you're short circuiting the battery and you can cause it to explode. Okay. All I did is I had some thin 1/4 inch copper tape. Okay. Or not copper tape, electrical tape. And I just put a nano coated penny on top of one of the batteries. Okay. And now this device has become plasma, or this battery has become a plasma device. All right. But it's still, okay, going to give off a voltage. Oops. Go back to DC voltage. All right. And you see how it's jumping and doing all sorts of things, right? That's the field interactions that are in there. Okay. It's kind of like using, you know, the leaf batteries, okay, that we've been designing and making, okay, except for instead of using a leaf, you're using a nano-coated copper penny, okay, and inside of that that copper coating, okay, and most of them in 1984 or older, they're all pure copper. Anything in 1985 and newer is got copper coating with zinc in it for American currency. Okay, so you've got yourself a mini CO2 reactor when you nano coat a penny that has zinc inside of it. Okay, so think of it that way. You're going to nano coat your copper, and it doesn't go all the way through. So the surface that is touching the zinc, okay, at the atomic level is plain copper. So it's now you've got a nano-coated piece of copper connected to with a plain piece of copper to plain zinc. And now you're creating the conditions of CO2. That's why you can nano-coat pennies and throw them in salt water and you will collect CO2. Okay? If you put 1 penny inside salt water, okay, it will start attracting CO2. All right. Now, you saw the voltage on that. Okay. How about this? Always do your nano to negative. Am I getting anything here? I'm hoping this camera is much clearer for you guys because it's blurry on my end.
Ah, there you go. You put some light on the screen. We can see it now.
The light is really bright on this end, but if it works better for you guys, that's great. It's still blurry, and I think that's a function of, yeah, it is. Okay, so I think it's a function of the camera, or there's something on the lens or something brand new. All right, but you can see here, it's just jumping all over the place, okay, even without it. That's just me connecting to the battery with my fingertip. See it overloading, it's picking up my heart energy. All right, we're completing a circuit with just sitting here. All right, I showed you my heart energy last time. This is my thumbs. Okay, here's put the red one on my heart. You can see it jump. You can see when I smile. All right. So test yourself, you know. A lot of people have said that there's a whole lot of energy. There you go. When you start meditating, you can make shit jump. But the point with all this is that you get yourself some of these things and learn how to manipulate them with nano coating. Okay, as soon as you put nano coating between something, okay, like the bottom of this is the negative side and this would be the positive side. Okay, this has got a nano coated penny in a battery, a nano coated penny in a battery, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 batteries in here. Yeah, there's 5 batteries and 6 nano coated pennies inside of this. Okay, and this one. But when you put your electrodes down here, okay, you're going to see that it turns into your plasma capacitor. And then it evens out at 3 volts. So I have a sustained voltage of 3 volts. Now, watch this shit. Earlier, when I was making it, and I had this reactor out here, okay? Listen, stupid sucker. Just to tell you, magnets never forget, guys, all right? This reactor right here, I'm holding on to it with a death grip, okay? They're very large neodymium magnets, okay? Sitting on top of that with some nano-coated iron core, copper-coated BBs inside of there, okay? I'm planning on utilizing this here in the near future. I have this white ring here is a disc on the inside that's used to separate the magnets. I've put GANs inside of that, and it has sealed itself in between here. So it's quite the interesting little piece of materials. I wanted to see every single one of those BBs is magnetized right now between those 2 magnets. They don't move at all. So I thought that was kind of cool and interesting. But anyway, here's the amps. You can see the negative sign pop up, right? And it starts to build. But I put this thing in here in the house, and I'm not sure what I did or how I did it differently, but it beeped out and it kept deep, 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 deep. Maybe it was the voltage, but learning the different ways to create amperage, all right? And as soon as you see that negative sign pop up, okay, you know you have a nano current. All right, that's what you need to understand. You don't have to have 25 million amps. You only have to have 1 nanoamp, okay, or 1/100th of a nanoamp, or whatever it is that's being required. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's see here. That's negative. We're going to connect the negative to the negative here, right? We're going to see what we can do with that. Or no, we're going to put the positive to the negative on that. Complete the circuit. Okay. And we're going to see what kind of amps we can get, if any. Is it even going to flip? There we go. Now you can see it building. It's going to go down. And all I did was I took the 12-volt one, okay, and added it to the 3-volt one. Now I'm going to put a nano-coated penny in between us. Okay, we're going to see what we can come up with. Let's move it this way. All right, so I've got enough current here to run my unit. 1/100th of an amp. That's 100 milliamps, I believe. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. All right, but that's what we're doing here. You're just combining efforts, and that's just utilizing the batteries that I've had. All right, I bought them, but this is what's going inside of my reactor when I figure it out. Now, I told you earlier that I was using a coconut oil, right? Here, I want to show you the voltage. I was using the coconut oil and activated charcoal. Okay, when doing so, it absorbs everything. All right, now I'm getting 12 volts out of this. 12.75 volts, I think is what it says, right? Where's that 15? That's without the nano-coated penny. Okay, put the nano-coated penny in there. And it significantly drops it down, but then you can see it building out. Okay. And that's what you've done. Now I'm going to put 2 pennies in there. Mind you, these are dry. Okay. So you don't have anything to get wet, or you don't have to worry about anything on your hands. Now there's 2. You see how much more it dropped? Okay. And we'll go back to none. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to 2, and then I'm going to test the amperage. I didn't bring any more pennies in with me, so I can't add more. Now you got 10 volts there, and climbing. Okay. So let's see what we got for alternating current milliamps. There you go. Okay, I need to look at that. Oh. All right, the screen is saying milliamps, so that's 5 point whatever it's overloading. Okay, but it's picking up the alternating current or the alternating energy that's in there. All right, how many volts do we have AC? And those are volts. Point 13, 15, 18, 17. So it's cycling through all of those. Okay. I've got no heat whatsoever. Okay. So now what I'm doing right now is I'm discovering how I need to attach this together. Okay. To increase, can't hold it that way because that's a lot of energy. Okay. Remember, each one of these batteries is 3 volts. Okay, that I put in there. All right. And that's why I'm able to get the 12 volts out of the bigger one and 9 volts out of the smaller one, a little over 10 volts. Okay. But that 0.01 DC current, the amps that you saw, the milliamps, that's the key. Okay. That's the key for all of this. And that's all you need. You don't need anything else. And once I put a charge to this unit over here, okay, like a defibrillator, really, it only took 3 minutes the last time for me to hold the charge on there, okay? But I didn't have the coconut oil paste that I've made now. And I believe that that's going to make a huge impact on the longevity of these. Now, all I'm doing here, I'm getting 300, 400 or so, okay? Volts, 0.500, okay? This is DC. This is between 2 nano-coated pennies. Okay, so there's actually 3 nano-coated pennies in this mix. Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of options here. Okay. You can see that, you know, like this one is, these are just plain stacked ones. I wanted to have matter version, okay, which is regular batteries, right? And then I wanted the plasma versions, okay, which is these. And this is the finished product of that battery. Okay, now I've got to do a little bit more research on lithium batteries and make sure that, you know, it's okay that they're completely sealed in. Okay, but this isn't airtight. I didn't put any hot glue or anything like that on it. Okay, let's see what this one's giving off back. Oh, come on. Yeah, come on. Stubborn. Should be 3 volts. Yep. I have a consistent 3 volt power supply. Okay. And it will be perpetually charging because of the plasma situation that we're making or creating. And we're going to hold this here for a minute and see if we can't create ourselves a current. Oh, wait, let's put this battery over the top of that. And that's all she wrote. That's disappointing. But That's the point. Okay. This is, oops, wrong one. That was DC anyway. What are you doing? There we go. I wonder why I was all messed up. 3 volts DC voltage. There we go. Okay. Now I've got the one that's got 3 here, okay, which is 9 volts. Okay, comes out at 9.3. Okay, they're just in series, one on top of the other. Okay, then we've got, come on. Why are we? See, it's beeping because it's maxing out. All right, but 13.5 volts for the 12 volt. There's no, there's 4 batteries in there. There's nothing else. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing. So if I was to take these two and put them together, okay, positive with the negative side, okay, that's the same thing. Now I'm putting all those batteries in series, right? Okay, so I should have a combined total voltage, okay, of 3 volts times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 batteries, okay? So I should have about 21 volts, okay? If I connect them. All right, so this is stacking up to be 27.9 volts DC. Okay, so interesting. Not at all what I thought it was going to be. So that's a lot of voltage. Let's see what kind of amps we can get by putting these 2 pennies, and let's see here. Let's add something to that. Like a piece of paper towel. There we go. I'm going to take a piece of paper towel that has had some caustic put on it, dried or powder or something. Okay. And I'm going to put it in between. You can see it's kind of dirty. Okay. Got to put it between here, or put the penny down, put the paper, put the penny. Okay, so you're going to separate the nano coating. Okay, and make sure you keep it in series. Okay, this is the negative side. So you're going to put it there and put the negative on top. Okay. So you're getting the same thing that we did earlier. All right. But now, okay. Let it even out. Now I'm getting 0.36 volts. Okay. We're going to go to the amps. And I'm going to let it take off. Or not. Sometimes if you wait, I've waited about 10 to 15 seconds while touching something, and it builds up enough charge that it'll cause it to move. There we go. So putting something in between there is your resistor, okay, if you want to draw more amps and things like that. In this case, I'm just going to take out the paper towel now, and we're going to see. This is how I experiment, guys. I change my variables, okay, just to see what works best. I haven't used anything liquid yet, okay. I haven't added any other kind of nanomaterials, just the nano-coated pennies, okay? And so far, I'm not getting anything out of this, even though it was giving off 27 volts. So let's go to the alternating current and see what it has to say. All right, so now it's just jumping back and forth, up and down. That's picking up all the different fields from the nano coating, okay? And alternating current, amperage, non-existent. No, 2, 3. All right, so it's increasing slowly, but it is increasing, okay? You can replace these with your AA batteries, your D batteries, those kinds of batteries, any kind of battery that you guys can imagine, okay? I like things small. I like things efficient. And so I created these. These are my plasma capacitors, okay? None of the batteries are touching each other, except for all of the positives on here. Everything else is connected in series, as it should be. These are also connected in series, but there's nothing plasma. So now I've got my matter, 2 different voltages, okay? Think about it like a neutrino, okay? The nano coating is where it crosses and it changes polarity, all right? Remember, the big will always give to the smaller. So your current flow is going to be this direction because there's more here than there is on this side. So it's going to give this direction. Maybe that's why I couldn't get it. So little plasma batteries, I haven't hooked them up yet. I'm still working on it, okay? I'm making little capacitors out of them, okay? I've got a second one here for it to help build, and then I've got the matter version, okay, which will give me the initial power source. I've got some, the car LED lights, you know, they're like $20 for a kit, you know, oh, test me, you push the button and these 2 lights turn on, all right? Well, I've got one that I can switch to white light or a blue light or a mixture of them, or I can turn it off. And the reason why I got it was because blue LEDs are fairly new. Okay, my understanding is that the gentleman that discovered the ability to make the blue LEDs, okay, won the Nobel Peace Prize for it in science, I do believe, or physics. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. I don't care enough about it to really matter. But blue has been missing from our spectrum of LEDs for a very long time. And it gives off a certain frequency, and they use a certain combination of field interactions in order to create the color blue. Well, that color blue, that discovery made way for the LED TVs that you guys see in your TV, your rooms, your houses now. Okay, it is also part of the grow light spectrums for plants. Okay, It's many, many, many uses. That's why I chose this particular one, and it's going on this Starship reactor, you know, because every spaceship reactor should have lights, right? Even though it's going to create its own. You know, I did that more to attract people because it looks like a big old mess. But when you put it all there and put it in order, it makes perfect sense to you. And, you know, like I said, I've got my capacitors going on here. I wanted to show you, but I can do it now. If you guys are utilizing, all right, copper tape, any of you guys are using it, you're putting it in a spray caustic in your little plastic bags, okay? Like I said, I use baseball cards because they fit inside of these bags, all right? That's why I use them. But I just made a post about some of these little tape or these containers that I have, okay? So I made a bunch of them. But what I was doing is slightly bending the package, okay, to break off the surface. Okay, I'm not really crushing it. Okay, I'm just kind of sliding the paper or the plastic back and forth here. Okay, this is just a little baseball card that I wrapped in copper tape. I cut it out and I stuck it inside of here, made a whole bunch of them, and then I went through and I put a single squirt of the spray caustic inside of here. I sealed it up and left it alone, and this is the resulting product. Okay, I will be selling these little copper plates here, a part of the Infinity project and in our products. Okay, but it has a multi-purpose here. When you get your plate, okay, you'll remove it. Okay, and mine in particular have the 888, all right, embedded on it. I just took a toothpick and I drew 888 on the copper, and then I nano coated it. Okay, but you're going to use these for your CO2 kits that you get. You're going to use these for your copper oxide kits. You're going to use these for any other thing you've got, because copper is the answer for it all. All right. Now, there is this wonderful little baggie that's left over, and it's got all these little nanoparticles in it. Okay. And so I'm going to see if I can find some aluminum foil in here. And it doesn't appear that I have it because I took it inside. Oh, there's some. Perfect. Okay. Got some aluminum foil here. Well, just got some stuff on it. I don't know if that's going to work right for what I need. Kind of tint. That'll screw up my results for you guys. That's not really fair. I've been working inside in my home for the last 4 days because I've been constantly working on my stuff. All right. So, all right, well, I'm just going to try a piece here that doesn't have it. That'll work. Okay. So I haven't done anything to this. This is just a piece of aluminum foil as far as I can tell. Okay. And there's a really thin dust inside of this. All I'm doing here, putting that little piece in. Rub the plastic around on it, create a little static charge because of the plastic. Yep. Now the foil won't move. All right. Get my setup back here. BBs. All right, about to go to a break for about 15 minutes, guys. I really want a cigarette, and I need to go to the bathroom myself. Okay. Oops. Let's clean this off here. DC voltage. That's my thumbs. That's my heart. There's my heart. Okay. Zero it out. And I'm going to put the black electrode there. I haven't even started yet. Okay. You can see the charge that is just sitting in there. Okay. Now, what happens when you just add water? Just a little bit. Okay. That's just water out of my little bottle that I made, or my drinking bottle. Okay. I'm going to seal this up here. Squish that water all around inside of that little bag. Let's see if there's any change here. So this time, I'm going to put the red lead on there. All right, so I'm getting just under, occasionally, I can't read that upside down. Just under half a volt. Okay, that's what that's reading. 0.46, just under half a volt for aluminum foil and your little plastic container, okay, that your plate came in. Now, show you what the plate's doing. Mind you, all of mine have a special caustic, and I can't remember what half of it is. Okay. That's just the plate sitting there. Okay. Let's see, put a battery over it. Switch to polarity. You can see it climbing, jumping up to 9 volts, 10 volts. Okay, boom, release, put it back on, still storing. All that energy now is being transferred to the plate. Okay, it's stored to the plate. And now you're draining it. Okay. So remember, if you were to put a battery on here, okay, try to go the opposite. There's a big difference. Okay, guys? Anybody have any pertinent questions that they would like answered?
What happens if you stack the aluminum foil?
I can't hear you. Say it again.
What happens if you stack the aluminum foil?
If I had more aluminum, when I get back from break, I'll do it. You're talking about just layers inside of the bag?
Yeah, exactly. Just a layer of several sheets.
All right. Well, this one's tainted. Okay. We're gonna see what kind of taint. I think it spilled some caustic the way it's kind of flaking off, and so I'll just create some layers here real quick. Okay, of that three, four layers. So there'll be 5 layers inside of this. If I decide not to dump water all over me. Okay. So we'll stack them up. All right. I have 5 layers total inside of here. Let's seal it, squish it, because everybody likes a squishy. Okay, get it all wet. This is the same thing as dipping it in ash water for you guys. Okay. What's wrong with? Listen, punk. Work with me. All right. So that's the stacked version. You can see it jumping. That's the air in between. That's the plastic on the top. So plastic to plastic. Now I'll go switch. Put the negative terminal, black terminal on this side. So are you satisfied with the results that you saw?
Yeah, I wonder how many layers would actually make a difference there. How many layers you could go and still you know, recover more energy.
Well, that's when you start adding, okay? This is just utilizing a plastic bag and aluminum foil to create your plasma capacitor, okay? So, you know, other things that we can do here is that I'm going to add a penny, okay, a nano-coated penny in between, okay, 2 layers. I'm going to put another nano-coated penny. So I got 2 layers, a nano-coated penny, and 2 layers, okay? And I'm going to squish them all together. I don't know why, but my brain is telling me to do this right now, okay? Mind you, the aluminum foil is wet with that material now, okay? With the stuff that was inside of there, all right? And so now I've wrapped the nano-coated penny, and we're going to stick it inside of that, all right? And let's see what we got. $128, 158, 4 point. So it really doesn't seem to matter.
You hit one spot there where it jumped way up.
Yeah, that's the catching of the plasmatic fields. When you push too hard, okay, you break through the fields. Okay, it's kind of like popping a soap bubble that doesn't pop. And if you've ever noticed that some reactors, like you might see with Mr. Kesh, will have something that is it's not touching anything. It's a probe that's just sitting in there, right? So it looks like it's touching open space, right? Well, it's collecting the energy there, and usually it's a nano-coated wire or something that's coming out. Right? Now, in this sense, I'm going to expose the nano-coating. Okay. I'm going to, you can see it right there, that's the black stuff. I'm going to touch the positive terminal, and then I'm going to touch the aluminum foil. And so now you can see how this is working. All right, you can add your,
Yeah, it's charging.
yep, it's a capacitor. Okay. What it's doing is all of the energy from the aluminum foil, okay, is giving away its electrons to the penny because the penny is absorbing it. It's gravitational. Okay. Now, because that's happening, right, the electrons on the surface of the aluminum foil have to replace themselves, and that's what we're picking up is that replacement. The replacement of the electrons on the aluminum foil. Okay. Now I'm going to switch them and put the negative terminal on the nano coating and put the other one on the aluminum foil. You see a difference?
Oh yeah.
So this is what it means. You're going to get more energy. Okay. And it kind of goes back to my my perpetual battery scenario. Okay. The positive terminal is where the nano coating should be. Okay. This is why I haven't nano coated these in mass quantities. The negative terminal on the bottom should be plain copper. Okay. Or left alone. And when you nano coat the top, all of the electrons, okay, the energy is absorbed through the copper and transferred through the terminal. Okay, well, it's not touching anything else. This nano coating is just a sponge for the energy. Okay, so now what is wet powder? On the aluminum foil, yeah, I think it was on the aluminum foil. It was dry caustic that had leaked out of one of the broken bottles. So all of that, good news, good vibes, wonderful things happening here. You know, I think we should, unless you guys have something else specific, I'm absolutely charged right now. So
Yeah, one quick question.
it doesn't have to be quick, but I do want to take a break to go, do what I need to do, and then we can come back. But what's your question?
I have a spray of copper particle and silicon.
Okay.
Spray that on a cardboard or a stiff paper and put, say, aluminum on the other side.
Uh-huh.
Will it work the same way?
You'll get a potential difference. Yes, it works.
Even though it is particles that are not connected, they're all individual.
Yeah, they're all individuals. Okay. You're going to see individuals, but what you'll realize over your experimenting is that they're all the same. We're all one. Okay. Just like, I know it gets real frustrating when you might hear that we're all one and not fully understand it. And, some people do, and they understand a part of it. But when you get down to it, you can realize that you break down and open up the hydrogen element. And that's where you're moving with all of this stuff, is opening up that hydrogen. But you got to learn how to make it first. So,
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the particle of copper being in the silicone, just sprayed on paper.
did you make it like GANs?
No, it was a can I bought at the auto supply.
Okay. I don't have any
I'm
experiment.
just wondering, would it be like your copper tape?
Think about it, yeah. If it's just plain copper, and if it's in a spray can of some sort, then it's encapsulated or encompassed by something.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you have to understand what the materials are in that spray can to hold the copper. Okay, because if it didn't hold the copper, then the copper would all sit on the bottom.
Now, I'm waiting for it to dry out real good. Then I'm going to see if I can pull a current or if it's insulated.
Yeah, you can just treat it as plain copper. Okay, you don't have to try to nano coat it or anything like that, or whatever. But if you treat it as plain copper, then you shouldn't have any issues whatsoever doing what you need in place of copper. If you were to, I don't know, I guess spray it pretty thick on your cardboard or something, and then try to, if you steam coated the cardboard, okay, a light steam, you might be able to get the copper particles to change. But I don't know. It's a lot easier for me to just use the copper tape, but for everybody's got what's available to them. I don't know if anybody knows of the product called Never Wet, okay, which is it keeps things from getting water. It absolutely repels any kind of moisture. And I was thinking about utilizing some of that in my caustics, and just to see what we can do with it. And maybe we can come up with some sort of way to go visit undersea dwellings and things like that, because it'll be a bubble of water repellent. So, but I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. If you want to take a 10-minute break, we'll come back and I'll answer any questions you got. If there's nothing, it'll be about 30 minutes longer. If I can think of anything in between, now and the next 10 minutes, then I'll let you know. So everybody else can stop recording if you haven't already. And I shall be back. All right, guys. All right, guys. I am back again. Did you guys have any questions that you wanted to talk about first? Okay, because I'm going to move into this next section using the health wands that people have been making. So, no questions? Anything online, Anuj? If so, please relay. I'm sure you will. All right.
I have one.
I'm going to go over to, what's that?
What do you think of the new? Did you see that new film that Cash did on YouTube? I sent you the link on the new MagRev. He's got a unnanocoated center coil in the middle of the three,
Mm-hmm.
and he said the potential is whatever you want: kilowatts, megawatts, terawatts, and beyond.
Yes. That is, that's absolutely true. Okay. And it's the same reason why the central core of this is not nano-coated. Okay. And I'm going to show you the health pins, and then I'm going to show you how I built this. Okay. After I take all of the skeleton off of it. You guys can add the rest of that stuff if you want to, but the key here.
How much is actually what would be considered a maximum for the health pins? Everybody says that nothing heavier than CO2, but I heard somebody say something about they'd mix CH3 with theirs and it worked fine.
Well, it's what you want to do with it. It's, CH3 affects the physicality of the body. Okay, CO2 affects the emotion side. If you don't understand or don't know what you're doing when it comes to the field interactions of CH3 with CO2 and copper oxide, okay, where you're affecting the entire, the totality, as Mr. Kesh calls it, of the human body, okay, anything else you add to that into those fields become part of that energetic matrix. And it's very, it's very difficult to gauge and tell people, you got to add a little bit of this, you got to add a little bit of that. Okay. When you're baking a cake, you don't put in a whole pound of salt just because it says salt, right? So a lot of people are, hey, we're going to put in a whole pound of CH3 when they only need a drop. Okay. You want to create the potential difference of having more CO2 than you would the CH3, okay? The CO2 would then give to the CH3 because it's bigger, has more volume, okay? So the general rule of thumb, this goes way back, a couple of years now when I was talking to Mr. Kesh about it, and I said, hey, we need to stop telling people to put CO2 or anything else onto these devices because they're getting way too much energetic fields. Okay, you're not going to get hurt by this energy, guys. Okay, it just makes you feel uncomfortable when you start putting CH3 and you start putting CO2, okay, and you start putting copper oxide into your health pens and your devices. Okay, all of your emotions come to the surface very rapidly. Okay. And if you don't know what you're doing or you're dealing with them, okay, or why you're dealing with them, okay, it can be very overwhelming, and it comes out as pain, it comes out as discomfort, it comes out as a rash, it comes out as whatever, okay. This stuff deals with the energy of your emotions. So any physical outcome of it is due to your emotions, not because of the device, and it's kind of like poking a hole in somebody and letting the air out, okay? And the air that's coming out is all that emotion has been built up, and you're kind of deflating them a little bit until they get back to normal. what's happening when people mix their GANs and stuff is they're not paying attention to the rotation or the energy fields, and they start to get overwhelmed, or they get a sense of being high. Okay, that's the influx of energy into the body before it can replace itself. So what we decided was that we're going to completely leave out the any kind of GANs, okay, except CO2, because that just deals with the emotion side. And when you deal with the emotion side, the physical side follows suit. And so that's why we say just use the CO2. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
But well, partially.
Okay.
You
What
know,
else?
well, you said the physical follows the mental, and I'd agree with that. But
Go
it can
ahead
be
and
a
start
rather
recording, guys.
it can it can be a rather slow process,
Well, yeah. You know,
especially if you're dealing with physical pain.
well, yeah. You know, all physical pain is rendered from something that you haven't dealt with emotionally. And you know, it's just the expression of the body saying, hey, something's wrong here. You know, we usually associate it with pain. You know, something wrong means that there's some sort of pain. Okay. um, and that's why we're here on the planet, is to experience pain. uh, Learning to find the root cause of anything will allow you to fix anything. And that's the kind of methods of problem solving that I use. Okay, is I'm always trying to find the root cause of things. And you know, once I find the root cause of it, then I try to figure out how I can change the conditions so that it's no longer a cause. Okay, I don't have to change the whole situation. I just have to change one little bit. You know, just like margarine is only one condition or one ingredient away from being plastic, we still eat it. Okay. But if you introduce that one condition, okay, your margarine that sits in your refrigerator will turn to a solid block of plastic. Okay. And so that's kind of what we're dealing with here, is that you got to make sure that you understand the field interactions and how the body is working and the different lymph systems and you know, the different organs and what they do, you know, because each one of the organs that we've got, you know, in our glands, they're all reactors. Okay, they're no different than, you know, the things that I'm making here. Each one has just got a different purpose, a different voltage, or a different amperage. So does that help clarify?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Can be about anything, guys. If you're having relationship problems, you know, if you're having scientific problems, you know, if you're having job problems, if you're having life problems whatsoever, and you just can't seem to get past something, uh, you know, I can shed some light on it. I can tell you how I would solve the problem if it was me, if I haven't experienced it already. So,
Well, the only one that I've been dealing with for about 3 or 4 years now is foot pain, and
foot pain.
I've been tested by specialists. They can't find the cause. One doctor said 60% of my patients, I never am able to find the cause. The only thing I can do is prescribe medications, and that's it. He was very adamant, very upfront about it.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, how long have you had this foot problem, this foot pain?
About 4 years. And of course, one of the things that I was diagnosed with was gout, which is an eating disorder.
Okay.
But I'm like 95% vegetarian, and I just I don't know what the hell to do to resolve it.
Well, about 4 years ago, or right before all of this happened, did you have a longing or a desire of some sort to move, to relocate, to go somewhere different? to make
No.
a change?
No, I like it right where I am.
Okay. Now, trying to understand the emotional side of that. You like where you're living. Does the area where you're living like you? Do you guys mesh? I mean, do you have a good feeling about it? Do you like your neighbors? Do you, all that
Oh
kind
yeah,
of stuff?
yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
a
you get
very
along. You get along with everybody.
yeah.
No
It's
problems.
a very quiet area. It's a little
All right.
small town. It's
Nothing
average.
emotional that you can think of that would make you want to leave. Anything
Yep.
happen in your home before you purchased it? If you didn't build it, things like that. Okay. When you talk about these kinds of things, sometimes you get, entities that will um, attach themselves to your feet. Okay. When I was in Hawaii, my experience with this is um, you go everywhere barefoot in Kauai. Okay, there's no thorns, nothing bites you there. There's no predators or anything like that. And I was walking across the ground, and it felt like at that particular time somebody was punching the bottom of my feet every time I took a step. And I come to find out that it was ancient sacred ground that they have this community farm on. Everybody pitches in, and there was a whole lot of atrocity that had happened there. So that associated my foot pain with somebody else's issues, of history. Um, so an option that you might have is to research the dirt that your house is located on. You might be able to do that. And simple, um, it sounds funny, but simple smudging. You can even take some nano-coated copper and kind of throw it out in your yard, and it absorbs all that excess energy.
It used to be an olive orchard, olive trees.
Isn't there a history with olive trees? I'm not sure. Something's come to
I don't
mind.
know. This
But
whole area used to be farming area in Southern California.
Well, if you're in Southern California, you're dealing with other entities that are underground, um, things like that. For physical pain for you, though, you can take a piece of nano-coated copper like this, okay? Make a potassium hydroxide, KOH mixture, okay?
Yeah, I've got some.
All right. Just make use the sodium hydroxide and the potassium hydroxide by itself, okay, with boiling water. And use that to spray on your nano-coated copper, or your copper to nano-coat it, okay? And
Nothing else but those two, huh?
just those two, okay? The potassium will take away the pain, okay? And the salt, okay, the sodium hydroxide in there is gravitational, which means it's going to extract any toxins out of the body, okay? And I don't recommend that you put it in your shoe and leave it there, okay? Because you'll probably get really tired.
I don't even wear shoes. I wear plastic sandals all the time.
Yeah, I'm barefoot here, flip flops. My feet protest heavily when I put shoes on. So, but yeah, that's all you need is the potassium in there, and it will. What potassium does is it's like when you put it on a health pen or you put it on a pad, it's like a little laser beam that steals the electrons between the nerves um, of your pain receptors. Okay, that's why when you eat a banana or you take potassium supplements, things like that, your muscles aren't sore, after you work out or working outside and things like that. Okay, as the potassium flows through your body, it steals those electrons from the pain receptors, allowing you to move freely and keep your body moving and lubricated. Okay? So when you use potassium and you use them in your health pads and your health pens, okay, you're literally like taking a little laser beam. Okay, and this is the same concept that Kesh used when he he took down the American spy drone. Okay, you have to remember that these pins right here. Okay, this is a quad core that I've just turned in. I haven't bent it or anything like that yet. Okay, but it's a laser beam. You got to think of it like an X-ray. Okay, it's going completely through the hand, all the way through. All right, even if it's not nano coated, black or whatever, copper by itself gives off its energy fields. All right, it closely resembles the human vein system. But there's a laser beam that comes out the end here, and when you're moving your pen in circles, you're trying to encircle that nerve or the acupressure point. Okay, that's on the hand. Well, that acupressure point has a nerve ending that that's connected to the brain receptor for pain. All right, and so it's kind of like walking up to your light switch in your bedroom, okay, and clipping the power wire. Right, your light switch no longer works. The light doesn't come on. Well, you're stealing the electron. That's it. And there's a little gap in there, just enough to sever that connection to the brain that says, ow, that hurts. That's why these health pins work so well. Okay. And when you're doing circles, you're stealing all of these electrons. Okay. And when you figure this stuff out, guys, and you add more power to this, okay, you can take electrons from anything. To include those video cameras that are watching you guys all the time. Okay, to include the, those cell phone towers that are broadcasting this Pokemon bullshit that's out there, the zombie mind control shit. Okay. Take your nano-coated health pins. I'm going into the next subject here. Okay. Take your nano-coated health pins, stick them in the dirt, right at the base of a tower, or in the path of the tower. The energy field from this is far greater and far stronger than those microwaves that they are sending out through those towers. Okay. I wanted to touch on this subject here with the electronic warfare that is going on. I'm not happy about this, and I'm pretty sure that nobody else is either, that's driving around trying to dodge mindless people who are looking at their damn phones trying to gain some points. Okay. If you have not figured it out yet, this is a CIA operative. Okay. And they are making mass people and taking them to go to a certain point, take pictures with their camera while it's running. Okay. So that they can get a 3D rendering of that particular area. Okay. This is more of a this is a intel gathering, okay, but it's also a way that they're showing us how much control they still have, okay, only using one system, and that's the gaming system and your electronics. Okay, we all know that the media is not your friend. We all know that the TV is not your friend. They call it TV programming for a reason. Okay, that's why I haven't had TV in over a year, actually 2 years. But your tower busters, okay, when I did my meditation on this, because I've been blasted recently with microwave energies from Fort Polk, okay, enough to give me a migraine for 2 days, that I asked my higher self for an answer. And the quad core health pins, nano coated, stabbed in the ground, will release an energy field far greater than those devices. Okay.
Where are you? Out around Waco?
No, actually, I'm in East Texas. I'm right off of. I'm between Lufkin and Beaumont, right smack dab in the middle.
Oh.
But these pins, okay, are doing that. I wanted to talk about these pins because a lot of people are making them now, especially one of the young ladies that's become an Infinity fan in the recent months. And she's done a fantastic job of making the health pins, okay, that you know, and health ones that look like this. Okay. Yeah. Now, I want to.
Mine aren't that dark because all I've used is ash water.
Yeah, this is used with spray caustic, nano coating. I custom make all of my caustics, and I put supplements in each one of them. Um, and it's usually full body supplements that I put into it, so it covers the entire body, um, the spectrum of all the elements that are needed for the body. But I wanted to use these, okay, because I was doing some experiments outside with these, and I dropped one and it stuck in the ground. And I said, what the hell? I went and got my meter. I pushed it in just a little bit further, and it was just the tip. Put it in the ground. I connected the positive, the red lead of my voltmeter up here. I just touched it, and then I stabbed the black one into the ground, and I pulled out just over a half a volt off of this. Okay. And so I started to think about that and how can I utilize that kind of energy. Okay. And I know I'm not, you know, making new stuff here. Okay. I'm just taking the things that I've got and putting them to use, because I've showed you how to make every possible component you can think of for your spaceship reactors, to mend your heart, to mend the weather, to do whatever. And it seems that there's still a lot of people that are unable to understand. Okay, human beings work the best way in reverse engineering, and that's what prompted me to make this Starship reactor that I've got, that I showed you over here. Okay, and what you've seen there is just the last 2 days worth of work. I've had about 8 hours of sleep in the last 72 hours, and I have all of the things that I've done, all of my little devices, like little components, little pieces. I had to make them, okay, so that they all fit together. You know, it's not going to be one solid piece of copper unless you truly know how to do it. And I just took all of the things that I've made over the last months, and if it fit perfect, I've used it. If it didn't fit, then I put it off to the side and I'll use it later. But all of these things are sitting here and they're fitting perfect for the concepts that are being put together now. It's kind of like I've been given permission from my higher self or from the natural order of divine energies or whatever to go ahead and make this reactor. Okay. And in doing so, that's going to have a lot of profound implications for the world. And I'm not sure that East Texas is ready for me. Okay. But I'm not doing this for East Texas because, I love the United States, but I don't love the government that's running it. So I'm going to take care of that part with these reactors, and we're going to be able to move on a lot faster. I don't like the speed that we're moving here, so I told myself I need to speed things up. And Mr. Kesh and I are on the same wavelength as far as the plasma is concerned. The message is world peace. Okay, do no harm, take nothing from nobody. Okay, and live your life, be free. And now is the time. If you understand this plasma stuff and you saw that reactor, stop everything else that you're doing, okay, and make that reactor. You have all of the components already. It doesn't have to be identical, okay? It just needs to do the same thing. And I think that's why I showed you mine, okay? Instead of having 3 MagGrav units, around the center of that the reactor that he's got, I have the equivalent of 3, 6, 9, and 12. So I would have the equivalent of 9 stacker units. Okay, 9 is the divine 8. I didn't plan it that way. That's just the way it happened for me. I'm following my higher self, and I feel like I'm being guided, okay, to go out and do things. I don't know why I'm wandering out in the middle of the yard until I put my hand up on the pine tree, you know, and take a break. You know, like, whoa, hey, I feel something here. That's kind of cool. I don't understand it, okay, but I was put in that position so I can experience it, take the information back away, you know, go back and do whatever I was doing and process it, you know, try it. The trees are trying to talk to us now, guys. They're trying ever so hard to talk to us. You just got to listen. You know, pine trees are connected to every living entity that is attached to the ground. Okay, so if you got pine trees around you, put both hands on the pine trees, okay, and put both feet squarely on the ground, barefoot, and just breathe, okay? And they'll teach you how to telepathically communicate. Okay, we call them the vertical people. Time for them moves much slower. That's why they live longer. Some of these trees are 300, 500 years old. Okay, they live longer because time moves slower. That's why we can only see their movements when we have a time-lapse video. Okay, but anyway, now I'm gonna turn off the video here. I'm gonna go back to the whiteboard. I need for you guys to do some experimenting for me, because I need for you to share your results. Okay, and the health pin is what I'm talking about here. All right, the one I just showed you with the bigger core. Okay, you can use any one you want. All right, as long as it's nano coated and has a round loop on the end. Okay. In doing so, oh my gosh, come on. All right, we're going to call it, this is the nano coated pen here. All right. This is your nano coated health pin. Okay. And we're going to draw a battery. Okay. A car battery that has a positive and a negative. Okay. And we're going to call this one positive, and the other one negative. Okay, this is just regular car battery, 12 volts. Okay. I want somebody to connect a plain copper wire on one. Okay. Come on. A plain copper wire from the positive terminal to the loop on the top of your health pin. Okay, that's what I'm looking for here. Then you can go to your ground wire, okay, and connect that to the negative wire on your devices, okay, whatever it might be. Connect that one to the device. All right. The device, okay, when I say device, I'm talking about something that plugs into, you know, let's say 12 volt, you know, your car, or anything that plugs into your lighter adapter, little LED lights, shop lights, things like that. Okay, that's what I'm looking at here. So you're gonna have that. Okay, so this, your negative wire is going to connect to the positive wire of your device. Okay, and then the negative wire is actually going to be connected back into the ground. Okay, using another one of those health pins. So now you only got one wire there. Okay, now your device is the load. This is what you're trying to do here. You gotta have a device. Okay, so you plug a light in that you want to keep on all the time. Okay, or that comes on only at night for whatever reason. Okay, you know, maybe you want it for your animals, whatnot. Okay, you're completing the cycle and the circuit of energy by using the ground here. Okay. Do you see how this is working? Is there an easier way to explain this, guys? Because I'm really trying to get you to utilize the wireless technology here. Because now, once this is done, okay, and you have the load on it, you have created your own maggrav unit using a 12-volt battery instead of these, you know, 3-volt batteries that I've got in front of me, or, you know, whatnot. Do you understand? Let me see if I've got to be able to do this right. Okay. We're going to call this earth ground here. Okay. So, boom. All right, so we got our ground. But this is how you will perpetually charge your 12-volt battery while running your device. Okay. And if you put a power inverter in here somewhere in the mix, okay, now you can run 120 volts off of that 12-volt battery. And the energy will constantly charge. Okay. And your cycle is going to go up through the earth, into the battery, through the battery, out the negative, into the device. Okay. This is what I mean by the flow of things. It's going to come out of the device, right, into this energy field here, and be transferred back into the earth. Okay. Now you've got yourself this unit. If you had made all of these health pins with the same caustic, okay, then you're going to get the same energy signature. And I believe, okay, and I need your guys' confirmation on this, okay, so I'm asking for your help in the trials of this, to see, nope, I forgot, hold on a second, but I want to see if you guys are getting this. Now, let me rephrase, I need to change this, okay. This one is plain copper. Okay, this health pin right here on the right that's connected to the negative, okay, is plain copper. The one that's on the right. The one that's on the left, okay, is nano-coated copper. So make sure that I mark this. This falls in line with what you were talking about as far as needing a plain copper. Having the plain copper gives you unlimited potential on what you want. Okay. My suggestion is that you make a quad core. You nano coat it. You put the you put the coils on the outside, like the picture that I showed you. Okay, of the one that's here with me now, this longer one. If you do all of that, okay, it's a Tesla tower. That's all it is. And when you nano coat it, okay, it becomes the reverse of a Tesla tower. And now you have the unlimited energy that you need. Okay. Well, you can take, okay, from this system here, okay, I'm going to redraw and delete it. Okay, you can take that system now, okay, which is your 1 pin, okay, with the battery, all right. Okay. And whenever you connect this now, it's going from here to there to this one, okay? And then it's going to complete this circuit, right? That happens automatically whenever you plug it into the ground, okay? Well, you can take this right here now and run that to the positive wire, okay? Oops, I forgot something here. Let's reverse this. Okay. I've become blind. At any rate, you're going to take this one and you're going to put a lamp, for instance. Okay, we're going to make a little infinity lamp here. And let's say that, okay, so this is the load. Okay, bright light. Now, I'm using a lamp because, you know, I'm thinking of ways that I can utilize this to put lights out in my horse pasture, okay, without having to run wires. So 12-volt batteries is my answer right now.
6,000 people still missing after
The massive
disaster
tragedy
hit
that is
large parts
unfolding.
of
I don't want to keep replacing the
Devastated.
12-volt batteries, and solar panels were too expensive for me. So I just, you know, I'm coming up with much better ideas. Okay. And so if this is just a lamp, then there would be a power inverter in there along the way, whatever. Okay, you guys understand it. A light is plugged in is kind of the point. Okay, then it's going to go to your other pin that is unnano coated. Okay, and then from there, you can take this wire, okay, and run a single wire all the way around your house. Okay, all the way around everywhere. And you have one single wire. Okay, now if any part of your house is touching the ground, okay, your energy will be transferred through that, through the ground, okay, through your device, okay, and up and through the wire to turn on the device. Then it'll go back into the ground and as the return and complete the cycle back to the 12-volt battery. Okay. I need you guys to test this theory out for me if you got extra 12-volt batteries. Okay. I don't currently have the money to go out and spend $60, $70 on a stupid 12-volt battery for a car at the moment, and I'm going to revitalize the ones that I've got. Okay. So that also being said, you should be able to take that wire. Okay, here's your battery, here's the lamp. Okay, all right. And well, this just is horrible. I can do better than that. Here's your spike. Okay, it's connected through the battery. That's all on this side over here. Okay, that's off the page. Okay, this is coming from the lamp to the ring, and now it's going up and out. Okay, to somewhere else. You can take this signal, okay, and make an infinity device, because that's all this is now, is a signal. You can make an infinity device like the Andra coil, okay, which is the opposing coils bent in half, one coil bent in half, right? Then squished together. So now I've got the two complete coils, opposing coils together, right? And they look like a quad core where they have two wires coming out. And then you take that one and add a trinity wire down the center and connect it, okay? Just connect it in between the loops, okay, or the coils. And now you've got yourself a broadcaster, okay? This is your Wardenclyffe tower. Just like we have a nano-coated and un-nano-coated health wand or energy wand, okay, that we're stabbing into the ground like a tent stake, okay? Well, now you've got the ones that go over the top, okay? And if you've seen, I'm going to show you a picture. If you've seen some of the ones that I've made, okay, I'll get a quad core, okay, that's fairly short, and it's got the coils around it, so it's short and fat, right? And then it extends on, and then you'll see me, I'll have another one, okay, that's still in series. They're just short, okay, and I'll show you them. But if you were to take these and space them out periodically around your, let's say, a fence line, okay, you would be able to wirelessly transmit your electricity through this wire, okay? Put a coil on it, it would receive the signal, okay? And it would send the signal out. But these blast out energy in all directions unless it's contained. And the only thing that contain light that can contain light is light. Okay, so if you don't have a nano-coated container around this, okay, you're just going to be blasting out energy that you can collect. All right. Well, all you got to do is plug into the ground. Okay, and now this part is connected to your positive. It's in the ether. So I need you guys to try and work these out if you can. Okay, play around with the different setups, and don't be afraid of the battery. Okay, I promise you, you will not be disappointed here.
Hey,
So,
right at my place, the back fence is directly underneath the power poles.
mm-hmm.
The housing power, the 120 and 240. And I've been thinking about putting some bubble wrap aluminum foil that comes in a big roll on that fence. And do it like Tesla did to catch it. Yeah.
This is the Tesla coil that I was talking about. This was the quad core, okay? Really long quad core before I turned it into a spiral, okay? But it has the outside coils on it, the opposing coils, and that's what you need, okay? And if you stab this, okay, just the way it is, or bury it, okay, about halfway, like a tree. Okay.
Yeah.
About halfway into the dirt. You have one that's nano coated and one that is not nano coated. Okay. But the one that's nano coated, you can even put a quartz crystal or a rock of some sort that's important to you up there, and you put it underneath the tower wherever you're at, and it will block the tower. Okay. These are incredibly powerful. And if everybody just stabbed these around in the earth, they would be helping Mother Earth more than than they know. But for power and energy consumptions, okay, this little pin right here most likely will end up being able to power your whole home just by poking it into the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking about that back fence, using it off the power poles above.
Yeah.
The ambient energy around to pick it up, and
it'll absorb it and it'll convert it to new energy that you can use. Yes.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I've got about 70 foot of that.
Yeah, I've got about, I don't know, 1,500 feet of 8-gauge wire, and I'm going to end up making some bigger coils. I've already made several. I'll get one real quick.
Yeah, Mike, you were talking about using your doorknob to twist your wire.
Yeah.
I had 11 100-foot strips up to a fence with a nail. You just drive the nail,
whatever works, you know.
in, twist a little bit of it up, and that'll hook it, and it'll stay there. And you can measure off whatever footage you want and do the same thing.
Yep. This little type of coil, okay, this is using 8-gauge wire and a plastic table leg.
Yeah, I saw those in the back corner quite a while back.
You know, so this is only one way, directional, okay? It's the idea is to bury half of this coil after it's been nano coated, okay? And then now I've got my one power that's coming out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, this is you can use a Trinity wire. I'm considering putting another like a quad core or something in the center.
Yeah, when you took it out like that, I thought of your water bucket.
Yeah, it's still here, but I got to get this other reactor done first. I've been told that world peace is more important than water right now, because if we don't have world peace, then there's not going to be any need for water. So I've had to ratchet my game up a little bit. You can see back here, now that I've got my cord. Okay.
Yeah, there's your.
Do you see these?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Double opposing coils. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Those are not connected to anything. All right. They are just there. Okay. They're not touching anything. They're not connected to anything. You know, as far as this unit is concerned. And that's my my Isabel. Okay. My quad core, I can't get any closer. Okay. But this kind of gives you an idea. I love box fans. Okay. But I'm going to get rid of them because they're pointless now in what they're doing. So, but you can see it's just normal thing. This is my quartz crystal that I used for an old plasma ball that I broke. You know, I was using it to make GANs.
you could use those muffin fans out in the field in place of a light too.
Yeah, and there's lots of things that we can do, you know, with the things that we have and repurposing them. And you know, I think that's really what I boiled down to, is because I've got a whole bunch of these darts here. You know, all I got to do is um, make the reactors, you know, that go inside of here. And one in particular that I wanted to show you guys, and this is long time standing. If you've studied my work, you may have seen what's called the rivet reactors. Okay, and it's the same concept as before with these. I've never been able to figure out a way to take these little rivets, okay, and spin them effectively. So I kind of was put on hold while I was doing all of it, okay. And I got my answer with these stupid blow dart tail fins. Now, a rivet is, you can go to any hardware store and you can get yourself a little rivet. You can go to Home Depot or whatnot, okay? And they've got a whole bunch of different size rivets, and they come with the copper washers that smash over the top of these. And those copper washers are just perfect for everything that you need, okay? So I suggest that you get some. This is going to go down in history as one of the smallest spinning reactors on the market, okay? Now that I've got the delivery system for it. But inside of there, you can see there's a space for the washer, okay? The liquid is going to take that space inside of there when it spins, okay? So you're getting a slice of energy as it spins, okay? So you're going to put like your CO2 GANs or something else in there, okay? Take your two ends of your rivet, okay, and hold on to them with your hands. Listen, honkish. I'm trying to hold it so you guys can see it, my big old fat fingers. Okay, and so it sits like this. Now you can attempt to super glue it and do all sorts of pretty things after it's been nano coated, or you don't even have to nano coat it and use it as your copper core. Okay, the solid copper core that's not nano coated. Put it inside of here. Okay, you can put either side, all right, so that it fits. Okay, obviously you want to use a little bit smaller one if it's going to extend out like that. Okay, and so therefore I've got the shorter version of this. I'm going to put it inside of there. I'm going to put my washer on top of it. Okay, and you see how perfectly it fits, right? And then to close it off, you know, you can stack a couple washers if you want, but now you can close it off and hot glue that shut. Okay, remember there's still space inside of there, so now you have a double core inside. So you want to fill up the core with your other GANs waters. Okay, put your rivet inside of there, put your washer on top, put this on top, and then seal this thing with hot glue. Okay, this allows you many options. Okay, if you choose to put a ring magnet on here, okay, you'll get a different kind of effect, right? If you choose to put any number of things, okay, the point here is that now there is a means to spin this little reactor without losing it at 2000 RPMs. Okay, and you can put it in water, you can spin it by itself, you can do all sorts of things. Okay? If you leave the rivet a little bit longer, now you have the option of connecting ends together, okay, and you get a spark gap. how are you going to work this if you were to spin one in one direction, spin one in the other direction, and now all the energy is being forced, okay, towards each other, right? So now you got yourself a little spark gap. These are all things that you can do. These are inspirations, guys, all right? It's an easy way to make a central core reactor, all right? And I'm going to show you just how freaking easy it is. And I'm going to make it now, since I'm highly charged and want to do this. Let's see, where's my container? Well, these wires. I'm so happy we're going wireless. It's really my whole method here. Come on, I know you're here. Really? I dug through that whole thing to find that it was empty of what I wanted. Where did you go? I know I brought you out here. All right, let me go look, guys. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, let's just look at these things here. So you can visually see how they've been connected. Different ways. I got all these wires. I'm still looking for the plastic part. Be right back.
Hey, Mike, when you hooked up your heart coils, did you do it like the infinity loop, or did you make it negative to negative and positive to positive?
You have to say that again. I
When
just put
you
my headphones on.
when you did your heart loop, your heart coils, when you
Mhm.
tied them together, did you do it like the infinity loop, or was it positive to
Uh,
positive, negative to negative?
for the cores, when I make the central cores like that, I always connect them into parallel, which is positive to positive. So
Yeah, okay.
positive to positive and negative, and that gives you the desired outcome. Okay. Can you see this, or is this too bright? I know I had some issues with brightness last time.
Yeah, it is shining pretty bright. You don't see just the shiny part of the plastic.
Let's turn the light around. Does that help at all? Any?
Well, the copper and everything works out fine. It's just that clear plastic.
It's just clear plastic. All right. So, all right. No big deal.
Yeah, your body in the way shades it a little, makes it fine.
Yeah, I'm trying here. All right. This is just a little plastic ornament. Okay. That when you get the right pieces, they go together. Uh, go. So this is all it is. Okay. Little plastic ball. I get like 12 of them in there for $5. Okay. And you can put it together. It's fairly solid. Okay. And easy to manage, easy to work with, and very easy to seal. Okay. First thing I need to do, okay, I'm using the metal blow dart. Okay, that's my given tool here. Okay, I'm going to make this into a reactor. I'm not going to use any hot glue because I am currently out. But I will show you, walk you through the whole process. Okay. It's fairly easy to do this. Okay. And you know, the key part here is to make it match up. And so I have a hard time whenever I try to do something next to this right here. So I just go to the 9 o'clock and the 3 o'clock positions. All right. This being the 12 o'clock. All right. And so you'll see me take this, okay, at right around the 3 o'clock position, and I will push, and you'll hear it bend and break. Okay. And it just makes a little notch out of it, big enough for this to fit in. Okay. I set it off to there, try to balance it. Okay. When I say balance it, meaning making sure that it's equal. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. But it does need to be in a fairly straight line. Okay. If you were to put this all the way through this plastic, you would want to do it that way. Okay. But we're only doing half of this. So it's going inside of this little ball here. Right. So you got to match it up. These little holders here become very, very valuable for what we want to do. Okay. And so I'm just going to take this little dart here and scratch in the center where that's supposed to break. Okay. So I don't have to worry about any kind of marking. You can see it kind of right there. Okay. So I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to get a different result this time. Okay, you got to be careful because the way the lip is on this one, okay, is different than the way the lip is on this one. So you can't quite do it the exact same way. And sometimes you'll end up with a bigger hole. You got to go the opposite direction. Okay. Notice I went from here. Okay. I used my thumb to push on the metal to cause it to break so that it was going in this direction. Okay. That's the point here. If you try to go the other direction, it's going to shatter this plastic. Okay. Or crack it and it'll be unusable for you. All right. But now, quite literally, it's done. Okay, and now you've got a hole that's just big enough for it. You have a completely encased reactor, okay, that you can seal. Doesn't have to be extravagant. It doesn't have to be a blow dart gun. It just has to be something that is similar to this in this idea, okay? And that's the whole idea here. Now, for the shaft, remember I told you that I used some cheap old plastic thing. I don't even know where it came from, all right? But this is it. You can see the kind of plastic tip that it cuts off there, maybe, okay? You can see that, you know, it's just cheap, hard, boring plastic, I guess, okay?
Yeah, there's a lot of drinking straws the same way, same diameter.
Yeah, I mean, it just needs to be thick that's not going to bend, okay? You don't want it to be flexible at all right? But that's what I used for the shaft cover and stabilizer, okay? And it's really simple to measure it. You can see how far, you know, this particular one is, okay? I wanted it to, you know, piecing together the things that I had lying around. I happened to find the little door stopper pieces, okay? And they had little holes in them, just perfect, okay? So they fit right over the end of this. So I just took an old straw that was going in the trash, some old door stopper pieces that we had lying around, or maybe I picked up later down the road, okay? And a blow dart. So I want to put this through here to gauge how far away, okay? And it looks like I need about that much cut off, okay? So from here, let's see. Reshape it, and you see it made its appearance. Okay, and this thing spins freely. Well, it still wobbles in there, so that's why I decided to put this on here. And it just, I was very proud of it because it just fits perfect and it's so beautiful. And I love it when things come together. And be careful not to stab yourself with these darts if you play with them. Okay. And so now I've got myself a little drive shaft, okay, or an axle or whatever you want to call it, that I can put anything I want on the end of this to spin it. Now let's put it in here, right where we wanted it, right? Line up the holes, add just some hot glue, and now you have a reactor that sits square in the center, right where it needs to be, okay? You can spin it, you can do like what Mr. Kesh has done. You can put a hole and put a little tube in there with a nano-coated wire, so you can charge the liquid that's in the bottom. Okay, and then you've got the liquid that's inside of there that's spinning in the direction. Okay, all of the criteria is met with this. Okay, and you can see it just takes a little bit of creativity, guys, and thinking outside the box, utilizing the things that you've got already in order to make a central core reactor system. Okay. I do not, however, give permission for anybody to manufacture these without my consent. Okay. And I'm doing so because I am trying to start a business and my own well-being is on the line. Okay. So I have faith in the work that I'm sharing, that by sharing this, many more people will be able to have the reactors that they need, okay, without having to spend a couple $100 to do so, okay. This was trash. These were 50 cents maybe. The blow dart came in a whole kit for $15, I think, for 8 darts. And these were little plastic balls for $4 or $5 for 12, okay. And then the rivets are $4 at the hardware store, and then the hot glue. This is your complete system here. And if you wanted to spin it, okay, anywhere, you can put a drill on the end of this. You can put a Dremel tool on the end of this. You can put these DC motors on the end of it. You can do whatever you want with it. Okay, this is your complete double core reactor that is sitting here, the infinity version. Okay, the Mike Nashif version. Okay, because there's nothing really infinity here until you add to it. Okay. But really, guys, it's that simple. We just need to spin something inside of water. And this is the easiest way I know how to do it. Okay. You'll also notice that once you hot glue this, okay, that the shaft is hanging by itself, okay, that it's spinning in one direction. You can spin the entire ball in the other direction just by using this right here once it's been hot glued. Okay, so if you have a belt drive or some other kind of motor, okay, that you can use a belt drive with, you can utilize this, and this turns into a gear once this is hot glued and this is in place. Okay, so now you have one that can spin one direction, and you can have one that's spinning in the other direction. There's lots of possibilities with this. Okay, so keep that in mind. You guys got any questions for this?
Mike, should you keep it all in plastic, or can you use a metal tube instead of that plastic tube you've got?
Instead of this?
Yes. Can you use
the? I don't suggest that you use a metal
right
tube over the top of this plastic, because what you're going to run into is it's all going to, you're not going to be able to block the nano coating, and it'll seize up the motor. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, that's why you have to use the plastic.
It should be easy enough to find.
Yeah, I have the metal shaft in the center there, but in my other in that other reactor that I've got, I put that activated charcoal and coconut oil mixture that I made inside of it, okay, to act kind of as a hallway blocker for that for the steel rod here, okay. But the system that I've got, I started to think about it. I shouldn't be concerned too much about it because it's all plasmatic. Okay, I'm not plugging in into the wall, and I'm not using all the different monitors and things like that because I could care less about the monitors. But everything is purely plasmatic, so I don't know that the motor will seize up completely. I'm not that far along yet. I haven't been able to experience the seizing up of a motor, and maybe that's a good thing. So,
Have you thought about using something like aluminum wire instead of that dart?
the aluminum is soft, but with the kind of guidance, I haven't thought about using it. I don't really think that that has any bearing on it, because I can use these. These are bamboo darts, and I can still use them. They just have to be centered. Um, I just happen to use the metal one because I know the high velocity that we're going to be spinning them, and part of your maggrav unit or your unit for your spaceship is that you need a variable switch, a dimmer switch. Okay. Um, the dimmer switch is going to determine how big your field is. Okay. Um, so you kind of need that the variable power switch going, in and out. You can decide how big and how strong you want to have it at that particular time. And when you do that, you increase the power. The speed at which this is spinning will also increase. Okay, so everything's tied together in that sense. So you want something that's going to have a high torque value to it, and I'm not sure that aluminum wire is going to be able to cover that. Um, my suggestion is steel. Bamboo is pretty strong, but once it gets wet, what's to say that it's gonna, cause it to mess up? Um, if you use aluminum wire, like for me, I have caustic in my the tube, okay, with the coconut oil and the activated charcoal. So that would cause a reaction and cause the actual aluminum to break down. So you got to think of all the different options that are out there, the good and the bad. Uh, sometimes what we consider bad is actually good. So we got to keep that in mind. Any other questions? I got about 15 minutes left, guys, before I'm going to go spend some time with my lady. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for 4 hours. Wow. That's 4 hours.
That's a neat little reactor, Mike.
Oh, the ones that I showed you, or this one?
No, the one that you assembled. It's really neat.
Well, thank you. It's simple. That's the idea here. That's what Infinity Project's all about, is being simple. And I'm going to use this one as a standalone reactor to, I'll put my lead GANs in it, and, the CO2, copper oxide. My shielding reactor is what I'm going to attempt with this one. The other one over there is for, space travel. I'm going to take my wife on a date to the moon, and we're going to go have lunch. And if I can have my way, I will take a peace rose up there, and I will put it on the moon, on the earth facing side of the moon. And I will mark it out so people can see it and watch it grow. That's my dream. So I have a childish sense of wonder when it comes to all of this plasma and, what's beyond our planet. I've been stuck here just like everybody else. Sure, astral traveling and meditating and all that kind of stuff is fine and dandy. And it can be real for a lot of people, but I'm I'm a physical person, so therefore I must physically see a lot of things, and it's really hard, okay, to be that kind of a person where you need the physical side of things to believe it, to becoming the teacher that I am today, and the student for that matter, of learning to teach people to believe. And, you know, you don't have an electron microscope in your home. You know, it just doesn't happen that way. And so a lot of the things that I talk about, Mr. Kesh talks about, you know, it's all quantum physics, which means that it's the very fabric of what holds everything together. And you can't see that. If you could see that, then we wouldn't be having this discussion, you know, and talking about it. So being somebody of myself who needed something physical to see, I didn't believe it until I started seeing the weather, you know, and I've been controlling the weather, significantly controlling the weather for, you know, the last probably 8 months. Now probably about a year now. You know, like I showed in earlier in the broadcast, and we summoned that rain. We told the rain that we wanted to come here to water our plants and to balance out the nitrogen in the soil. And it only took about 15 minutes of meditation today, where it took all day yesterday. We got, you know, I think we got a 20-minute shower yesterday. So, you know, practice the mental abilities. Practice your, here's a good one that you can, you know, just to see your own energy, light a candle, okay, in front of you. Make sure there's no fans or anything going on around you, nobody walking around, and let the candle just flicker, all right? And it'll get really long when there's no wind, okay? When there's no resistance to the flame. If you put your hands on either side of that flame, okay, just kind of move your hands in real slow, you can take your hand, one of your hands, and move it back and forth, okay, as fast or as slow as you want, and you'll be able to see the energy field that is created around that flame, okay? And that flame will begin to dance with your hand, okay? You can move it as fast as you want or as slow as you want, and that flame is going to dance with your hand, okay? And as soon as you stop, the flame stops. There's no residual, you know, oh, I got to get back into balance. It just stops wiggling. So, you know, take it for what it is. But it is your energy that is actually moving that flame. Try to remember the sensation that you're feeling when you can feel the heat, when you can feel the flame moving. Try to remember that, because that's what you need to move inanimate objects, okay, with your hands. Okay, when you start pushing things with your hands, it's that emotion that you're feeling when you can feel the heat, okay, and you see that flame bouncing back and forth. Some of you guys may have seen the show where I had the little eraser with a nail and the piece of aluminum foil on top that was in a little kind of a pyramid shape, okay? And I could make it move, you know, just with my thoughts and my energy, okay? You know, it was just a little demonstration of being able to harness it. That energy, those thoughts, it's a muscle, okay? It's just like a muscle. You have to practice it. And if you don't practice it, it's just gonna, you know, you're gonna be a limp noodle, okay? So practice, sit at home, think about these things. Use your wands, okay? These are multi-purpose. And as soon as somebody figures out to ask the right questions about it, then we can truly understand the full potential of these wands and these energy devices, okay? Secretly squirrely kind of like, slipped in there under the idea of only for health. And, we didn't want to tarnish anybody's reputations or anything like that about energy devices. So, we've simplified things down to certain aspects that are so much easier to handle, guys. It's time. I'll be up for another probably 20 hours finishing this reactor and putting it online. And I'm pretty sure by next Monday, I'll have it all together and looking like a reactor. Now, whether or not it's operating correctly or up to speed or whatever, I don't know yet. In my mind, as soon as I charge it and, give it the defibrillator, clear, it's going to build. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take. I've always said that it's 9 months for a human baby and it's 9 days for a plasma baby. So it could be 9 days before I see anything out of this while it's spinning. That means that my power supply needs to be able to sustain for 9 days these. So I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not going to worry about the future when it's not here yet. I just live everything day to day, guys, and I listen to my higher self. I wish I could give you some more advice on how to make things easier for yourself, especially during these emotional times. We already know that the end result is everybody is ascending. Everybody. Okay? I do believe that we have about 6 more years before the last group, the third wave of people ascend. Okay? And these are the last group of people that are running around with the Pokemon Go. Okay? The ones that are still stuck in the 9-to-5 drudge job, trying to survive, hijacked by the Matrix, and they're freaking miserable. That's what those are for. A lot of the things, man, my head is on fire. A lot of these things that we do, they're all done for a reason. Okay? What am I saying? What is going on? Everything that we do here with Infinity, with the mag grav units, with the Q devices, with whatever else, there's a certain way you have to do things to start. Okay, you have to think of things a certain way, and that's the whole point of the Infinity Project, is to change your way of thinking, to change your perception. Okay, and if I can show you why your perception is wrong, okay, or I'm not going to say wrong because everybody's perception is right, but if I'm going to show you that your way of thinking has a negative context to it, there we go, and then you know that anything that has a negative context to it greatly affects your devices, it affects your outcome of life, it affects everything about you, right? So in doing so, why am I being interrupted here? Excuse me, guys. All right. It's I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. This is your answer. That's what it's telling me right here. Okay. My higher self is telling me this is the answer for humanity. Okay. Make the shape. Use whatever you got. It doesn't have to be a cone. All right, guys. Wow. It doesn't have to be a cone. It can be spherical. You can put the rivets in there if you want. Okay. And not put any liquid in it. You can do all sorts of things. The options are endless. Okay. Just showing you this is what's required. Okay. In order to get your double core reactor. Okay. From this, you would put another coil around this, you know, around the equator, like the maggrav units. Okay. Then you would put on top up here, you would put a regular copper coil and a regular copper coil. Okay, it's just the same thing but smaller. All right, you don't have to be all elaborate. Everything is the freaking same, guys. It's fractal. Okay, if you can see it at the nanoscale, you can rebuild it at the physical level. Okay, you see it all the time with the Egyptian pyramids, and there was one that represented the entire layout of the human body. Okay, they just did it over several miles. So, you know, think about that kind of stuff is that, you know, if it's really big, it can also be really small. And if it's really small, it can also be really big. All right. As above, so below. Everything is the same all the way across the board in the way that creation, it was designed in creation. Does that make sense? All right. It's 9 o'clock, guys. Any questions on this?
Doing good, Jay. Hey, one thing that you can use instead of a ping pong ball or those darts is the lids of a, say, a whiskey bottle or something that is almost round but has an open end. You can make it a cylinder out of 2 caps.
Make one. Show it. Just show it to the people because right now they need more ideas. Okay. They need more inspiration. Okay. Because right now what I'm feeling is a lot of disappointment because they don't know how to make this. This is too intricate for them at first glance. Okay. So, you know, and it's not this in particular, but this concept of spinning something inside of a closed environment, right? So if you can do that with, you know, utilizing other things, then please do and post pictures of it so that we can show everybody that there are many, 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 many ways to skin this cat. And you don't need to be so intimidated by this little thing, okay? You know, like I was telling you about my reactor, there's so many pieces that I've been making over the last year that have come together in this that I have no idea how I made it until I have to pick it apart. Okay. So, but yes, please try to make this stuff, okay, using different materials, you know, and we'll go that route.
Can you see this cap, Mike?
Hold on, let me pull you out.
See?
I can see it. It's kind of fuzzy on my end, but yeah.
Well, it's half as deep as it is wide. Put 2 of them together and it's almost equal. And that would work for a ball, ping pong ball.
Yeah, the difference though is that that's cylindrical. Okay. When you put the 2 together, that's cylindrical, which means that you're going to get a cylindrical shaped energy field. It'll look like a bar magnet, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not necessarily what you're looking for. If you want the cylindrical shape, you would kind of use it for like medical applications to, you know, beam an energy in a certain direction, like a flashlight beam.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, when you use a cone shape, okay, it's going to come out like a cone shape, you know, the V shape, inverted pyramid. Okay. That's when you use the cone. That's because that's what you want, is a broad spectrum covering, right, of energy. Well, when you use a sphere, okay, its energy field is spherical, obviously. Okay. And when you use a pyramid, its energy field is also spherical. Okay. So the different shapes in sacred geometry give off a different energy field and different a different set of interactions, I guess. Okay, a more concentrated version of the interactions. That's where infinity comes in. So if you wanted to, go ahead, try it, see how it works. You know, it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna hurt anything. I can't hear you. You're still muted, buddy.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. I was just trying to figure a way people could put it together. Also, you can make a cone easy by just drawing out a circle, cutting that out, and then cutting from the center to the end, to the outside, and overlap.
Yep. And the
And
reason
that'll
why
give you
I'm
a
so excited,
triangle.
the reason why I'm so excited about the cone is this particular cone is because
It fits your size, what you would
well,
do.
if you know anything about the Coral Castle, okay,
Oh, yeah.
and the guy moved all of his big old heavy rocks, they said he had ice cream cones in his hands. Okay,
That's
well,
right.
this is an ice cream cone, and it's a focal point of energy. And when you learn to remove the density from objects using your cone, okay, things become as light as a feather. And that was his secret, was that he learned to change the density of the matter. Okay, it wasn't changing the matter of, you know, rock or anything like that. It was just changing the density of it so that it was the density of hydrogen. It still was a rock, but it had the density of hydrogen, so he could pick it up and move it wherever he wanted to, and then he would change it back. He'd turn it on, turn it off. When you guys learn how to do this, you know, the cone is going to be an all important, you know. When we get two cones together this way, right? And then if you were like some of those energy devices that we've seen where they overlap, okay, and you got the two cones that are coming together, there's lots of options that you can do, right? Free energy is here in this shape, okay, with the overlapping cones in the center, right? This is beaming energy together. You're getting a spark gap, okay? And this is pulling energy away from each other at the same time, okay? And when you plug infinity into these, okay, it's giving and taking at the same time, like a muscle.
Mike, you don't have any video.
I don't have any video.
The little one in the corner.
I switched it.
Yeah,
There. Better?
that's it.
All right. You get the two cones? Somebody's got echo.
That's me.
All right. The energy devices that you see, okay, usually have two cones. I need you to mute that. There we go. That was me. Okay. The energy device that you see where they have two cones that are spirals. They're intermixed in the middle, right? And then you see the rodent coil in the center. Okay, that's the shape that this makes right here. Okay, when it's overlapped, that's a free energy shape right there. Okay. This is going to be like your reactor, where it's going to, if you were to put them together, spin them, okay, all of the energy would be forced at the apex here, okay, from the centrifugal force. But in doing so, if it's sealed correctly, okay, it's such a thin line that it would actually cause the energy to collapse down and expand out on itself. So you would basically, what comes to mind is like two laser beams coming out the end here. Boom. A quasar, I think is what it is. A quasar has the two energy coming out one side, one out the other. So then you can stack them like this. There's lots of options that you can do with the cones, guys. Okay. Lots of options. This one just happens to be small enough that I can put these rivets in here. Okay. You can get a shit ton of rivets of reactors made in no time at all, to practice. You know, just you set them up. Hey, oh, all of a sudden I want to try this. Well, you don't have to make a big old core, okay? You don't have to do all of that stuff because you've already got one. And all you got to do is just make these, get them to where they're situated and ready to go. Fill them with the GANs that you want, and you want to sample it. Hey, let's go. Well, you can make it all spin. You can. This has got a flat edge on it to where if you need to, you can put it on a gear. So now all three, you know, 3 or 4 of these can work at the same time. You can see what it's like to put one this direction and then one this direction and one here. Okay, that type of thing. You know, it's a lot more versatile. Okay, this will replace your ping pong reactor a lot, and it'll be a lot more efficient, I think. So, all right. With that, guys, I think I need to get off of here. Let me go eat some food. I've got some more reactors to make. And I think it's going to be fun. But next Monday, I do believe that I will have this other reactor completed. And at the very least, charging to see what's all going to happen with this. Okay. I've been told since, well, for almost 2 years now, when I first came into my knowledge and my awakening, that I was going to be going on tour in the 2016 summer, and it's July. So things are falling into place accordingly. I know there's already plans right now being made up for California to go and teach out there as a personal request for some healers out at Mount Shasta. You know, I have the standing offer that if you guys would like for me to come and visit your area and hold a workshop, then, you know, buy me a plane ticket, buy me and my wife a plane ticket. We can come out for a weekend, pay for all of our food, lodging. Nothing comes out of pocket for us. You know, we're there to help you. You guys take care of the rest. And I don't want to incur any extra expenses. You can charge at the door to raise funds for your science project. Okay. If you choose to donate a portion of that to help me and, you know, my wife in our research, that would be greatly appreciated, but it's not required. It's all part of the equal energy exchange that, you know, is part of this matrix. Okay, that means that you got to pay for a lot of things in order to feel like you're accomplished. To, it's like giving yourself permission to do something. Okay, well, this was like 15 cents, guys, or 50 cents, and I'll be flying around here shortly. That's all I can say. Any other last minute questions? All right. Well, it's much love. And, you know, like I said, deal with your emotions. Okay. Just know that you have to go through it. Ask yourself why. If you don't know the answer yet, it's okay. You don't have to know the why. You just have to identify that you have an issue. Okay. And in the next day or so, you'll understand the why, because the why will come naturally to you because you're going to think about it. As soon as you identify that you have a problem, okay, your mind is starting to find a solution to it. Okay, this is all part of your evolutionary scale, and becoming more efficient in your brain and your thinking and your problem solving. So, you know, even losing a loved one, just know they're not dead. Okay, you're going to be joined up with them here very shortly. You don't have to worry about it. You're not gonna die. Okay. They just had other work to do to help this whole ascension process, and they agreed that they didn't need their physical bodies to do that. Okay. So remember that you cannot make up anybody else's voices in your head. You can only make up your own. So when you hear somebody else's voice, even if they are deceased or of somebody else that you may not know, you are making a telepathic, I'm going to say it again, a telepathic connection to that person. So all the time that you've been sitting there saying, oh, I think, you know, what would so-and-so say if they were here? And you can hear their voice, you know, or you get into trouble as a kid. Man, my mom's going to kill me. And then you hear your mom yelling at you in your head. No, 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 no. Then you get home and your mom knows that you got in trouble. That's because mom pays attention to her higher self a little bit better than we do. And she's in cahoots with the telepathic part of it. You guys should be too. All right. Much love, guys. I know this is a long one. Try to break it down as much as you can.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Have a good one.
Welcome.
Namaste.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for listening for me for so long.
Arigato.
But yeah, I look forward to the summer, the rest of this summer. I need to get out of the heat. So, you know, if anybody likes to go bass fishing, just let me know. I'm a challenge. All right. I love you guys. Don't forget to stop your recordings. And I'll be back online tomorrow again at 5, just so you guys know. Okay.